Good morning. I would like to invite you all to come to our plenary. We will start our event shortly. Good morning. I would like to invite those who are outside so that we can start our ceremony. Please, we will start our innovation shortly. Good morning. The 11th Industry Innovation Congress is about to begin. It happens in a hybrid format with in person participation and transmission on CNI's YouTube. It has accessibility features such as translation into Libras. The broadcast starts in moments. We wish you all an excellent Congress. We remind you that a simultaneous translation is available for face-to-face participants. Just pick it up at the entrance of the plenary. Good morning. As we have just seen, some transformations to change the pace of the world. And Brazil, with its biodiversity, and strategic and clean energy has the uh, assets to lead this new stage of global industry. Welcome to the 11th Industry Innovation Congress. My name is Viviane Costa, and I'm a journalist, and it's an honor to be with you in this space where ideas, discoveries, and talents meet to build the future of our industries. In recent months, we have held a national innovation journey. This Congress is the result of this initiative that has toured the country revealing that Brazilian innovation is in motion in laboratories, startups, small and mid-sized business, and on the factory floor. Our challenge here in these 2 days is to transform this movement into scale and action that generates competitiveness. We will have 2 stages for debates on these topics. The one where we are now is a tribute to the entrepreneur Roberto Simonsen, a visionary and innovative businessman, very attentive to education, and one of the creators of Senai. Today we will have panels and dialogues on cross-cutting themes to the industry. In the space next door, we have the Together for Industry stage dedicated to the discussions that govern the world of startups. The program is also being broadcast live on the stage together with the industry. We were informed that both stages have simultaneous translation service. Throughout the panels, there will be interaction with the public. You can all participate. Questions will be received through a QR code displayed on the screens and may be included in the conduct of the debates by the mediator if there is enough time. To participate, just access and send your contribution. We also would like to say that in line with the ESG practices, this event adopt measures to reduce environment impacts, prioritizing responsible waste management and a local compensation. This event is organized by the National Confederation of Industry and the Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Services, SEBRAE, and it is an initiative of the Business Mobilization for Innovation, MEI. And as its co-directors, we have Institute Evaldo Lotti, National Service for Industrial Learning, SENAI, Social Service of Industry, SESI, and the strategic support of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation of the Brazilian government. The diamond sponsorship of the Brazilian Company for Industrial Research and Innovation in BAPI, the financier of studies and projects, FINEP, and Petrobras, the golden sponsorship of Embraer and Grupo Boticário, the silver sponsorship of Bosch, the National Development Bank, the NDES, Rockwell Automation, Siemens, Itaú, Natura, and Vale, and the institutional support of the OCB system and the National Institute of Industrial Corporate, INPI. To start this institutional opening, we invite to the stage the President of the Federation of Industries of the State of São Paulo, Fiestre, Mr. Paulo Scaff. Good morning, everybody. Our president of CNI, Ricardo Alban, couldn't be in this opening, and he asked me to speak on his behalf. So I welcome you all, and I thank very much the presence of each and every one of you, the presence of our Secretary Luis Fernando, Elias from FINEP, Alfalo from Embrapi, Oliver from MBS, Andre Clark from May, and especially our partners and colleagues, Décio Lima, Eu José, that belong to the board of SEBRAE nationally in this event. Also, I would thank very much the presence of the presidents of federations of other states, our colleagues, our friends, our partners, directors of FIESP, of CNI, and the researchers, the professors, all of you, very welcome here to this 11th Congress of Innovation of the Industry. I would like to welcome CNI Technology Director Jefferson and the organization of this event. An event like this we have here and the opening, we imagining, well, they arranged things and we hired people, and these things take a few days and you have the event ready. No, it took many months because research was made among 50 Brazilian cities, 5,000 people, 1,500 companies were researched so that this Congress could be one to reach what the companies demanded. We are in a hurry for changes demanded by the world. They cannot wait. The world is changing, yes, and it's always changing. But now we want that the speed of change be understood because we have many changes. We have automation, we have robotic, we have new materials, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, energy transition. So, with talking about quantic computing, that will be a new chapter on all this history. So, Brazil cannot lose this opportunity. We must not be apart. And we must be there doing our effort with our things. The company have to participate. The organizations that have to participate. And innovation is our word of order. Transformation. There is no other paradigm besides. We have to adapt to new situations every day. Daily changes are happening. Therefore, a Congress like this is very important. From today and tomorrow, 70 people will be making their presentations, focusing on the demand that was researched by CNI in a partnership with Sebrae to meet the expectations of the company so that the companies don't leave this space with the reflection or an observation, but a decision made already, a decision made that lead to concrete actions. And this is what Brazil needs more. And using this moment, that is an important moment in this opening, and using the word innovation and using this meeting that is so important, I invited a very special person, a Brazilian that is very competent, very well prepared. He is a worker, he has a lot of talent, and he does a lot for people. So I would like to call to our dear conductor, João Carlos Martins. So I would like to thank you very much, João, for accepting this invitation, for being here with us in the opening of this Congress. It's very important to Brazil. We see so many people here, companies and businessmen from all fields in society, governments, companies, organizations. So, without question, your participation, your talent in this opening will give us a very special moment, a very special glamour. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here with us, and I would like to wish you all a good moment with our conductor, with our orchestra, and a good moment today in this Congress. And use life because there is no replay for it. Oh, good morning. Another day. Paulo, talking to me, he mentioned a sentence that impressed me a lot. He said, the industry is our obligation, and Brazil, it's our duty. And I was deeply impressed with this quote. And only in 2 minutes, I would like to tell you that it was my life salvation when the physicians said I was 62 after I had played in many countries and I had 31 surgeries, a rare disease, 4,000 concert, but at 62, when the physician said I would never be able to play piano professionally, I decided to become a conductor. Right after, I formed an orchestra, but it wasn't possible to maintain it. So my brother recommended that I look for the federation so that each could adopt a musician from my orchestra. I had 65. I went to Fiespi for the first place and I arrived there and say, President, I would like to see if you could adopt only one musician in my orchestra because my dream is that until we have the dim of the lights, I can continue on my search. He said, I'm going to think about it. I went home and then say to my wife, if Fiespi has to think about it, let's forget about it. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning, I receive a phone call. And he said, come here to Fiespi at 8 that I would like to talk to you. So I did go and I said, just for your attention, I already thank you. Oh, yes, but I have a bad news for you. I cannot adopt one musician of your orchestra, but Fiespi will adopt the whole orchestra. And currently, the Bachiana Philharmonica says the SP is the main orchestra and private initiative for Latin America. We have already visited places abroad. We went to Carnegie Hall. And not only this, it was created the young Bachiana in this last Sunday. And also we have the senior Bachiana for those musicians that don't find a place in the labor market. So we have now the three orchestras. And finally, to close, before I call my orchestra, I would like to say that the important is for you to understand the meaning of the trajectory of hope. My father, with 37 years of age, had violent cancer. The physician said he would have only 6 months of life, but he died at 102 years of an accident, and that's because they don't know me. In the party of 100 years, his children were around him, and he was smoking his cigar, totally owner of his brain, the ambassador of Romania, saying, Mr. Martin, can you drink wine and smoke cigar at 100 years of age? Had you asked your grandchildren? Well, my grandchildren are passed away a long time ago, so I'm here. So I'm going to call our musicians of the Bachiana, Selna SCP. It is a very short presentation, two pieces. I'm not a pianist anymore, but I never abandoned my companion. Bachiana Philharmonica says the SCP because of the size. We came only with the necessary musicians according to the size of the stage. And you will have a surprise at the end. Probably nobody is expecting that. And this surprise is a surprise, is the first world presentations that you will see at the end. It's a short presentation, but be prepared. They have to do a fine tuning before they start. There was a congress in Japan, modern music, when one of the persons in the audience left, and the journalist asked her, which was the music that you liked the most? He said the first one, but the first one was only the fine tuning.
Now, and now, as a short piece by a composer who I love, Cine Paradiso from Morricone. Thank you. You probably don't know what it means to me. You know, when you lose motion in your hands for a couple of years, what really matters is mental health. But today we live in a world where AI is showing us uh, what it's capable of doing. It can do anything you could imagine. But in relation to the soul and our heart, I think maybe in a couple of centuries, we'll see what it can do, in fact. And now I would like to invite a robot that's going to begin conducting a piece by Mozart. And I think that the robot probably has the same condition as I do because the robot also wears gloves. So where's the robot, please? So I will introduce the robot. Here it comes. And let's see how it conducts Mozart. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to participate in such a special moment. I would like to tell to Maestro João Carlos Martins that I'm very grateful because, and I would also thank President Mr. Paulus Kapp for the support, the opportunity of integrating innovation and technology to big cultural initiatives like this. I have the privilege to be here today, uniting the universe of music, technology, showing that we can go together, creating, transforming experiences, and this meeting, I hope, inspire new paths with the enlargement of the horizon. Thank you very much, and meet you on the next time. Well, it's for you to see the meaning of technology. All the rhythm was perfect, but when the human being gets in the place, the heart and the soul are involved. That's why it is important. And that's why we can say that culture heals the soul. And now to close, we combined this last night. I'm going to call my dear friend Roberta Miranda. She will sing to us together with José Antonio. They never rehearsal. This was something that was adjusted last night in the last minute. And hello, are you all right? How are you? I love you. Good morning. For you from CNI, good morning, Sebrae. It is an honor, almost unspeakable, to be here with my friend, the conductor Martins, that made a beautiful arrangement to Majestadio Sabia. And last night I had to wake up at 11 p.m. to make this arrangement. It was something crazy, but we managed. And Antonio will be with you. I love you. Thank you. I will listen. You sing from over here.
De meu, quero uma rede preguiçosa pra deitar. Em minha volta a sinfonia de pardais, cantando para a majestade, o sabiá, a majestade, o sabiá. Tô indo agora tomar banho de cascata. Quero adentrar nas matas onde Oxóssi é Deus. Aqui eu vejo plantas lindas e cheirosas, todas me dando passagem, perfumando o corpo meu. Pode se soltar comigo. Bora cantar? Lindo, cantar faz bem pra alma. Mais alto. Em minha volta, sinfonia de pardais, cantando para a majestade, sabiá. Tô gostando. Esta viagem dentro de mim foi tão linda. Vou voltar à realidade, para este mundo de Deus. É que o meu eu, este tão desconhecido, jamais serei traído. Este mundo sou eu. Bora lá! Que lindo! Tô indo! Desce, por favor, presidente. Em minha volta, sinfonia de pardais, cantando para a majestade o sabiá. É com você agora o solo. É um prazer muito grande estar com vocês. Eu sei da importância que cada um tem para esse nosso país maravilhoso. Muito obrigada por todos colaborarem dentro do seu quadrado. Tô indo pro lugar todinho meu. Quero uma rede preguiçosa pra deitar. Em minha volta, sinfonia de pardais, cantando para a majestade o sabiá. E vou colocar vocês para cantarem comigo. Tô indo Não se intimide. Cantar é a forma mais rápida de chegarmos até Deus. Sinfonia de pardais, cantando para a majestade. Meus pensamentos tomam formas, eu viajo. Eu vou para onde Deus quiser. Um videotape que dentro de mim retrata todo o meu inconsciente de maneira natural. Presidente, comigo. Tô indo. Vamos, cara. Vamos. É de preguiçosa deitar em minha volta, assim, nem que for a majestade sabiaia, cantando para a majestade. A majestade,
eu sabia.
Não quero tomar tempo de vocês. Muito obrigada, maestro. Eu te amo.
I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you very much,
Palmas
maestro.
também.
A big hand, please, for our dear Roberta Miranda.
Filarmônica César
And
SP.
for the Baquianas Philharmonic.
Obrigado.
Thank you, thank you.
Que abertura incrível!
What a
Como não se
beautiful
emocionar
opening.
com a
It's
Orquestra
impossible
Baquiana
not to
SESI
feel
São Paulo,
moved
com o
by
maestro
the
João Carlos
orchestra,
Martins,
Baquiana
que é
SESI, and
inspirador,
our
com essa voz de
maestro,
Roberta
João
Miranda,
Carlos
que fez com que
Martins, and
todos
also with the
vocês aqui
inspiring voice
cantassem
of Roberta Miranda.
realmente, e ainda com
It
um robô
really
maestro
made
que vem
everyone start
justamente para
singing,
reforçar
and
o
a
tema desse
maestro
nosso
who
congresso,
is
que
also a
é
robot,
inovação.
which
Muito obrigada a todos
also
vocês.
puts into the highlight
Para dar
our
continuidade à nossa abertura
theme for
oficial,
this Congress.
assistiremos
To
agora aos vídeos
continue
dos
our
nossos
official opening,
patrocinadores
we'll
e
watch videos
realizadores.
from our sponsors.
Justa, nosso presente é uma energia justa para cada um dos brasileiros. Justa, essa energia é a gente que faz.
Sabia que a Petrobras é quem mais investe em transição energética no Brasil? Não é à toa que é a empresa mais inovadora do nosso país.
Petrobras is the most
Petrobras é
innovative
líder
company
na
in
transição
our country.
energética justa.
Petrobras
Justa
is a
para
leader
todos,
in
justa
the
para
just
você.
Petrobras,
energy
Brasil é a
transition,
nossa energia.
just for you. FINAP is going through exceptional times. In recent years, it has intensified support to research, technology development, and innovation. But we have a very clear objective. We want to take innovation to all regions in Brazil. That's why we have created FINAP by Brazil. It's a stream of on site events, and we have the goal of reaching 100 cities. FINAP, driving innovation in Brazil. Do you know when the future of Brazil happens? When our agriculture creates food for our ovens. This is when the future happens. Construction makes it happen, and loads are being carried up and down, and this is when our future happens. This is good for everyone. Brazilian Development Bank, Union and Reconstruction. We have movies in the hinterland, children playing sports, we have sponsorship, we have the Brazilian government at play in action. We support sports, the environment, science and education, the inclusion, and the Brazilian people. This is how we drive development and opportunities become realities. This is how our country advances. Government of Brazil. Innovating today is not only about creating, it's about getting there on time. Innovation is urgent. It's a model that shortens the way between research and real life. Challenges come from companies and solutions from science. We connect the innovators with those who know how to get it done. We maximize our potential to create a future as fueled with innovation as Brazilian. Interpreting scenarios, predicting trends, and leading the change. This is Itaú's DNA. Decades of development, creating evolution. In 2025, Itaú's goal of creating new realities, consolidating CTIs, which is the Itaú Science and Technology Institute. This institute connects innovators, scientists, and specialists so that we can all work together to detect trends for future years. The institute is a place where we can foster innovation. It's made of future. The goal of the institute is to drive technologies that can be incorporated in our services and products. We want to shorten the cycle. With CTI, we have a robust innovation environment geared towards the development of new research and transformation of discoveries into innovative solutions that will strengthen the ecosystem on all fronts. With over 50 active research projects in AI, quantum computing, machine learning, among others, the Institute supports over 80 researchers in partnership with the main universities in Brazil and in the world. The strength of CTIs are starting to be felt in the market and are becoming part of our reality. Knowledge and innovation that opens new frontiers and unveils new discoveries. Manufacturing is the strength. And visit our spaces. Now I will invite the President of the Federation of Industries of the State of São Paulo, Fiesp Paulo Scaff, and also our host, the CEO of Sebrae, Décio Lima, to come to the stage. They will be accompanied by the Minister of State for Management and Innovation and Public Services in Brazil, Esther Dweck, the Executive President of the Deliberate Council of CTI, Luiz Fernandes, the President of the Deliberative Council of Sebrae, José Zeferino Pedroso, the President of the FINEP Financing Agency for Study and Projects, Luiz Antônio Elias, Director of Productive Development Innovation Foreign Trade of the National Development Bank, BNDES, José Luiz Gordon, the President of the Brazilian Research and Innovation Corporation, Embrapi, Álvaro Prata, the leader of the Business Mobilization for Innovation, Mr. André Clark. The Industry Innovation Congress brings together leaders from Brazil and abroad to discuss the paths of the ecological and digital transition. This is a meeting that strengthens the connection between companies, government, and academia, essential to increase competitiveness and position Brazil in the new global economy. We will now hear the CEO of Sebrae and host of this event, Mr. Décio Lima. Good morning. Good morning to all present, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin with my thanks to our host and the president of the Federation of Industries, Mr. Paulo Scaff. And additionally, I thank the president of my federation in Santa Catarina, Mr. Gilberto Seleme, who is honoring us in person today. And I also salute the Brazilian industry in the figure of CNI, in the figure of Mr. Jamal Bitar, who is vice president of CNI. I also thank for this opportunity on behalf of the Minister of Innovation in Public Services, Esther, who represents here the empowerment and also the struggle of Brazilian women. And today she is ahead of this ministry. And also Mrs. Margarete Coelho, she is our officer at Sebrae, and together with me and Bruno Quick, we have the responsibility of leading this entity that's headed by the chairman of the board, Mr. Zeferino Pedroso. And I also greet all board members. We are very proud to be here in this edition of this Congress, which is so fundamental for the Brazilian economy, now that we are living in revolutionary times, both in terms of innovation and technology. The fact that Sebrae is supporting this Congress is also a sign that Sebrae is an entity representing the Brazilian people. Today, 95% of Brazilian companies are represented in Sebrae. We are present all over the Brazilian territory. And last year, 65 million Brazilians were served by our entity. For example, we obtained fantastic results in the state, and all of this shows the impact and is also a hallmark of the entrepreneurial spirit present in the Brazilian population. I would like to salute also Mr. Clark for everything he does for innovation at the Federation of Industries. Mr. Luis Elias, he is here representing FINEP, and also BNDES, a bank that has provided extraordinary services, opening up the doors to the economy, to small organizations through credit, so that we can really march forward at scale. I would like to say hello to Luis Fernando. He is the Executive Secretary representing Minister Luciana Santos, and my countryman from Santa Catarina State, Mr. Álvaro Prata, sitting next to me, who is watching all steps we are taking in important events in our country. My thanks also go to Mr. Paulo Scaff for this magnificent opening ceremony that has also showcased a robot, but beyond that, the life, the expression, and the soul of Brazilian culture, with the presence of Mr. João Carlos Martins and his orchestra. So from the bottom of my heart, I also acknowledge and the presence of Mrs. Roberta Miranda. She's sang a song that is historical and that has become eternal in our hearts, in the hearts of Brazilians. So, in my opening remarks, I would like just to provoke some reflections that I believe are really necessaries. We won't be a sovereign country unless we count on a solid industry. We won't be able to reach everything and secure our achievements unless we add to our wealth that is really unrivaled all over the world. And we cannot think of industry and manufacturing in Brazil that's not part of the processes of innovations and that does not embark on this revolution that has touched our lives in recent decades. We cannot think of an industry that's still based on analog processes or a manufacturing industry that's not part of the revolution of the economy and the life of our people. So this is really a fundamental event for the country. This is a moment in which we are executing a strategy under a concept that will induce growth for the Brazilian economy. This is a country that, of course, needs some reflecting, a country that needs to build what's fundamental, which is a culture, a culture of understanding. We are no longer a colony. We are not a third world country. We are a country that offers to the Brazilian people a very exciting possibility, the possibility of surpassing our historical condition that was adverse. So we cannot imagine an economy that will not partake from innovation in its concepts, an economy that's also sustainable and that will bring together with it the presence of our forests, our biomes, and that will ensure a longer life for humanity, the Brazilian people, and our planet.
Now, this reflection, we also have to think about Brazil. We have 6 biomes. Only Brazil has the rainforest. Only Brazil currently has a consumption of 87% of clean energy, whereas the world establishes the possibility of looking for 2050 a consumption of 50% of clean energy. So we are a paradigm. We are a clear expression of what we need, not in only in terms of educating ourselves, but the rest of the world as well. Another point for reflection also is what we are seeing now, what we are living now in this present moment. I bring here what Bruno and Margaretti has asked me to repeat. The more the number of bees, the greater the volume of honey. We have to be united, like we are here in this event. This is what we need, especially in this moment. And in addition to this, we have to understand what is essential so that we can produce our tasks in the Brazilian economy. I learned with Daniel Kahneman, Nobel Prize of Economy, and who was not an economist, he was a psychologist, and he said, economy is behavior. Economy is the way how we human beings deal with this process. If we have an optimistic behavior, our economy grow. If we submit in a pessimistic way, there is no way on how to induce economic models that we are responsible for. And in this moment, Minister Stair, I would like to highlight here, it's a moment that is unparalleled to our country. Last year, we even have deflation, an unsafe process in our economy that, because of the leadership of Brazil, allowed Brazil to have an opening in more than 540 marketplaces scattered throughout the world, with all the economic pulverization of our own country. And this is the moment we are living now. A moment when last year we saw the increase, the greatest increase of the average income of the Brazilian people. I don't know if you were aware, but at each minute in Brazil, at each minute, seven new bakeries are open at the outskirts of Brazilian cities. 26 beauty parlors also are opening at Brazilian outskirts. 16 small groceries open every day in the Brazilian districts. And this shows a process of working in our economic model, where we have to understand the concept that sometimes the concentrated money on the hands of few generates sadness to our people. The money on the hands of many become this, which is essential, which is to make the economy more humane so that we all in Brazil can become happier. This is the moment when we are having, or we are already seeing, the impact of the income tax breaks for those who have an income of 5,000 reais, reaching 80% of the Brazilian population. And who is going to win? The industry, the productive chains, the trade, the services. And this is the moment that Daniel Kahneman brings to us so that we can reflect about it and leave this important event with the awards, with those that register themselves, even with greater love and encouragement with the current reality of our country. Therefore, I would like to thank very much the National Confederation of the Industry for embracing also this small economy, to build together with us this process, which is a process where certainly we all win. Brazil wins, but also the humanitarian aspect wins. With João Martins brings the robot, I am sure, Roberto Miranda, that our preference is the human person. We prefer João Martins, not the robot. The robot adds value, innovation adds value, but we cannot imagine that all of this in a sustainable world with innovation, it can exclude and also bring misery and starvation. What we saw here today in the opening of this event, I believe, is to us a concept to be reflected upon. The music that touched our hearts, the power of the economy that has to bring also results to improve the life of our people of Brazil. You can count on us on Sebrae. Long live Brazil, long live our people. Thank you very much. We thank our president of Sebrae. And you saw these important points in this Congress, and actually, this is a result of 6 months of a long work throughout Brazil. 50 cities that were visited, 5,000 people during 6 months were worked so that we can understand the problems that the industry can help to solve. And the result of this journey is also shown outside at the stand. So please, after, we would like to invite you to come and see everything that was analyzed in these 6 months and to discuss about this. We now invite the leader of the Business Mobilization for Innovation, a movement coordinated by CNI, André Clark, for his presentation. Good morning, everybody. I would like to ask a projection of. Yeah, the microphone was having some problems. I would like to project our manifest here. And first of all, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I am André Clark. I am a CEO from a company of the Brazilian Health, a public company. I am one representative of more than 500 others, representatives of the industry of mobilization for innovation. This is a movement created a decade ago. Several of the founders are here to protect and encourage innovation here in Brazil. It is very important to include that together with this Congress, the Congress formed for important resolutions, and the most important of them are the choices of the companies and the governments to understand what we can do with Brazil in terms of innovation. The world is not waiting. For instance, different technologies like ChatGPT reach more than 100 million users in a few months. Solar energy decreased 50% of cost in less than 10 years, a little shorter than the time span of our dear Mady. For the first time in the industrial history, we don't have models to copy. There is no technological leader that simply we can follow. The rules that we see transforming the planet are being written. Also, Brazil in this context is a paradox. Brazil has assets that very few countries can boast. Here, one of the greatest biodiversities of the world's clean and renewable energy, not forgetting the rare earths and also the pre-salt oil. More than this, Brazil has a totally neutral and pragmatic geopolitical position. Nevertheless, with so many windows of opportunities, a few things become as an exception. The windows are open, but they won't remain so for quite a long time. Brazil, with resources like Brazil, they have a strategic position in international productive chains. Ideas are many, but coordination among university companies and government is lacking. So for this call to action, entrepreneurial mobilization for innovation proposes this manifest together with the help of our dear Professor João Ferraz and economists from CNI, and calls to action. Brazil needs a national strategy of innovation, a plan not of government but of state, a strategy there where we maintain innovation, the financing to innovation, the protection to our resources, and the reinforcement to our agencies of patents, to like INPI, to strengthen their empowerment. Brazil is the same country that has created projects and missions like Palco, like Pre-Salt, like Embraer, like the aeolic value chain that strengthened us so much, like in Baraka and SUS, the largest assisted health plan for a country with 200 million inhabitants in the company. So this capacity of articulation reminds us, Brazilians and entrepreneurs, that Brazil is able to carry out big projects in a Congress like this. It is about deciding to be on the stage of the world in decisions about innovation, is to decide together where and how we want to go. And here in the Congress, sponsored by CNI and SEBRES, with exceptional works of public policies, supporting professors, CEOs, and policymakers here in Brazil, and with Sebrae bringing a big set of innovators, startups, and big funds of deep tech here in Brazil. This is a Congress for discussion debates where we are all on the stage. Thank you very much, and we welcome you all. Thank you very much. We thank the leader of May, André Clark, and we invite the president of the Brazilian Research and Innovation Corporation, Embrapi, Álvaro Prata. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome the authorities that are here in our panel, especially and with a lot of respect. I would like to welcome Esther Beck, Minister of State of Innovation and Public Services, and I would like to welcome the President of the Federation of the Industries of the State of São Paulo, Mr. Paulo Scaff, President of Sebrae, Décio Lima, and I thank both for the performance of this important event, which is without question the most important space of reflection and construction of an agenda of an industrial innovation here in Brazil. I also like to welcome the other authorities here present, president of agencies, leaders of the Brazilian industries, entrepreneurs, managers, and those that contribute so that innovation can move forward in our country. And especially, I would like to welcome all those who represent the Brazilian industry in its broad spectrum. It's especially for the Brazilian industry that we speak this moment. It's a great honor to Embrapi to be present in the opening of this event with part of innovation and mobilization action. And I say this not only because of the relevance of the event, but because Embrapi recognizes itself as part of this collective effort led by CNE for innovation and competitiveness of the Brazilian industry. We are living a moment of deep transformation, a transformation that is at the same time ecological and digital. It is no longer a choice, but a need. It is a search for a low carbon economy, for productive standards that are cleaner, for more efficiency in the use of resources. All of this redefines the role of our industry, and at the same time, the digitization moves forward in fantastic speed never seen before, reorganizing productive chains, creating new business models, and increasing global competitivity. I am sure that Brazil has an historical opportunity. We have a relatively clean energy grid, one of the greatest biodiversities in the planet, a strong and competitive agro industry, and a system of technology that is ready to generate solutions of high technological level. All these advantages and differentials can only be transformed into leadership and in concrete actions when they go through innovation. And this innovation needs to be centered in the challenge of ecological transition to produce more with less impact, to reduce emissions, to increase productivity with sustainability. And this demands technology, demands innovation, demands connection with science, with good science that we have here in Brazil. And it is exactly here where we see this new institution, the Brazilian research organization Embrapa, that includes in its DNA a very clear mission to bring together science and industry to transform knowledge and into innovative solutions. Very simple, just like that, but not always easy to be implemented. Throughout its trajectory, Embrapa has been an important instrument to encourage Brazilian companies' technological competitive edge. We supported more 3,000 companies, more than 4,000 projects of research, development, and innovation, approximately 1,400 projects being carried out right now. Our figures represent new products reaching the market, represent more efficient processes, represent cost reduction, productivity increase, and generation of qualified job positions. And above all, they represent a more competitive and more prepared industry for the future. When we look for the future, we are sure that it will be necessarily green and digital. 2023 until 2026, a period of public policies that were implemented to strengthen the sustainable industrial development in Brazil. Of more than 2,000 projects that we saw in this period, 80% were associated to the six pillars of the new Brazilian industry. Around 38% of the projects were aligned with digital transformation. And in this scope, for of Amibi, around 43% of the projects were aligned with the ecological transformation plan. The Brazilian industry is moving, it's going along with strength, it's innovating, it's meeting the demands of this new scenario, and Mbappé is proud to be a partner here. We have a simple model, but a very powerful one. We work with the unit of Embrapa network connecting centers of excellence and research concerning the demands of our companies. We do this with agility, without red tape, sharing risks and reducing barriers so innovation can take place. Like this, projects can become reality faster and allow companies innovate with more safety, and also the knowledge generating is already reaching the market. Innovation cannot be a privilege of few, cannot be a privilege of only the major companies. SMEs also need and can innovate. That's why 65 of the companies that we help are micro and small companies, and we help them also with a partnership with our Sebrae. When we increase access to innovation, we strengthen all the productive foundation of the country. We strengthen countries. We reduce inequalities. We generate opportunities. To innovate is to produce more and better using fewer resources and respecting the limits of the planet. Innovate is to transform challenges into opportunities, and Brazil has all the conditions of being a leader in this movement. But this will not happen naturally and not by chance. It demands coordination, long term vision, and continuous investment in science, technology, and innovation. And demands also, above all, collaboration. Collaboration among governments, parliament, industry, academia, and organizations like FINEP, like BNDES, like Embrapi, like SEBRAE, like CNI, and so many others that are present here today. None of these agendas will be developed isolatedly. They are, by nature, collective agents. Innovation is done collectively, and it's exactly because of this that events like this are so important. They help us to put together visions, to share experiences, and to build common paths. Embrapi, I can assure you, will continue firmly in its mission of connecting science, technology, and industry to transform the Brazilian knowledge into concrete solutions that can improve the lives of people. We will continue working so that innovation is more accessible, faster, and more connected to the big challenges of our time. We believe that it is possible and necessary to build a more innovative Brazil with greater sustainability, with fairness and competition. Thank you very much. We wish you a good Congress.
We thank the president of Embrapi, Álvaro Prata, and now we invite the development, innovation, and production director from the Brazilian Development Bank, Mr. José Luiz Gordon. Good morning. Good morning. I would like to thank CNI for this invitation. It's an honor to be here representing BNDES. I also greet Mr. Paulo Scaffi, a Minister Stair that's been doing exceptional work, especially in the area of data sovereignty. She has been leading this agenda in addition to her daily tasks with civil servants. So I would like to congratulate her for her management. Also, we thank those who support small companies, Mr. André Clark, but I cannot fail to greet Mr. Pedro Wączowski, who has been leading MAKES. He has led MAKES for several years, and also the members of the business community, Mr. Luis Fernandes, Mr. Antonio Elias, who's been doing great work on with FINEP, and the president of SEBRAE. I think that we are living in a very special moment for the manufacturing industry in Brazil and in the world. For the first time, we see OECD, UNIDO, the European Union, and even the World Bank defending industrial policy. This means that the manufacturing industry is at the center of all countries. All countries are developing innovation and social development. So most of what we see in public policy is exactly that, is industrial technology. So who's going to rule over AI? Who's going to be taking the lead in the changes? We just saw a robot conducting an orchestra, which is something we could never have imagined. And also for the Lula administration, industry is at the center of everything we do. For President Lula, innovation, entrepreneurship, and industrial policy are really driving forces for the development of the country. So that's why we are now talking once again about industrial policies in Brazil, and we're thinking of support mechanisms for industry. And BNDES has fulfilled a key role. It's a key actor supporting manufacturing. We are once again the house for industry. In this framework, we had committed to invest 300 billion reais in industry, but we have reached this earlier than expected in 2025. And we, as a result of that, have added 70 billion more in support for the industrial sector, in innovation, green industry, exports, and other activities. I'll give you a clear example of the change in our support. In 2017, the percentage of our portfolio plummeted to just a little over 17%. So BNDES was supporting agriculture more than industry. But now, under the leadership of Mercadante, 30% of our portfolio is now the manufacturing industry. And once again, BNDES has become the house for industry. And we have the heads of several federations who we travel with, and we want to do much more. And in fact, we can do much more than that. An important piece of data, since it's an innovation congress, we're also supporting innovation from 23 through 25. 36 billion have been directed to innovation, 40% higher than the previous administration. If you add up BNDES with FINEP, will reach over 70 billion reais dedicated to innovation in the industrial industry, 70 billion BRL. It's unprecedented. And this is not a matter of coincidence. It's part of the policies endorsed by the Lula administration, because we have industry at the center of its policies. So BNDES wanted to do more things. So changes such as the TR were approved in Congress, and we decided to support. And we have been doing a lot more with the development of R&D, and Brazil has become a reference, and countries, are now doing much more than that with agriculture, also in the development of, and Brazil can compete internationally. Another piece of strategies is decarbonization. We want to reach that. Lula, once again, was thinking of that when he created the climate fund. And in 2024, there was a fund of 12 billion, and this year, 27 billion. Half of this is now being channeled to manufacturing so that we can decarbonize and gain competitiveness. Another important agenda that we have to mention is exports. BNDES is once again supporting and this, a lot of fake news and different news had been saying that BNDES was not doing this, but today BNDES is supporting manufacturing so that it can export. And last week we had the approval in Congress of the new framework for services export. So we'll be able also to export exports such as IT, audiovisual, and engineering. And it's important also to mention that engineering services allow us to support Brazilian companies that will showcase our competitiveness all over the world with machinery and also footwear. And this is also fundamental for our expansion. And it's, of course, no wonder that the United States is leading this, followed by Germany. And finally, I would like to say that yesterday, President Lula once again has launched another version of the Sovereign Brazil plan with 15 billion BRL earmarked for companies that were affected by conflicts or geopolitical impacts. For example, pharma, fertilizers, a range of different industries will be supported through this measure so that they can really support our industry. So firstly, we had 16 billion, now another 15 billion were earmarked, and we really hope that we can have several events being hosted in different states so that companies can gain access to this line and invest in Brazil. Thank you very much. I thank you all. Please count on BNDES. BNDES, once again,
And now I would like to invite José Zeferino Pedroso. Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome Esther Vec, Minister of Management and Innovation in Public Services, Mr. Paulo Scarf, President of the Federation of Industries of the State of São Paulo, and also the other presidents of the other federations that are present here, and also my president, Décio Lima from Santa Catarina, president of Sebrae, José Luiz Gordon, development of the social and National Bank, BNDES, Luis Antonio Elias, president of FINEP Projects, Álvaro Prata, president of the Brazilian Federation Embrapa, and André Dac, coordinator of the innovation of CNI, President Décio Lima of Sebrae, Executive Director of our Sebrae, Dr. Bruno Picchi, the Technical Director of Sebrae, and Gladstone, the President of the Basis, on behalf of the managers of state Sebrais that are present here, and also the council members of our board CDN that we will hear this afternoon, and also where we will have our ordinary meeting. And welcome all the sponsors. Innovation is an essential factor for the success of entrepreneurism and to strengthen the Brazilian economy. I would like to highlight and congratulate the convergence of two major national organizations, the SEBRAE and the National Confederation of the Industry. The innovation journey is a concrete example of this strategic partnership towards the strengthening of innovation of the Brazilian industry and developed with an answer to the actual challenge in Brazil.
this initiative puts Brazilian industry on the same footing as the best in the world and enhances our ability to innovate and add value sustainably. The Deliberative Council of Sebrae believes that this innovation journey is a decisive support being given to small companies as it enhances its efficiency and supports the use of different technologies, making them more competitive, both in Brazil as in the international market. This is important work that connects science, innovation, and also private and public market. And we believe that this 11th Congress of Industry Innovation will give rise to innovative solutions that will strengthen the competitiveness of Brazilian industry, thereby responding to the challenges of today and preparing Brazil for the future. And I could not fail to report that in the beginning of this event, at the opening, when conductor Martins and the singer Roberto Miranda played together, it was a trip down memory lane, and I have to share this. In 1985, I lived in a, I was elected in my region as a state parliament member in the state of Santa Catarina. I came from a very small town, 4,000 inhabitants, and in order to celebrate this victory, I remember that the national anthem was played uh, with a recording from Roberta Miranda, and I remember that exactly the lyrics and the sentences. So this is really pointing out that the assembly would be my place to be. At any rate, I just wanted to mention that. And by the way, Conductor Martins is someone whom I met over 20 years ago at CNA, when the president at the time, Mrs. Katia Abreu, invited him to give us, all of us, an opportunity to hear beautiful music. So thanks for this opportunity. And by the way, it's really a great pleasure to be heading Sebrae, coming from my background. And I have to be grateful to João Martins from CNA for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
We thank the president of Sebrae, and we would like to invite now to speak the Mr. Luis Antonio Elias, the president of FINEP, for his consideration. Good morning, everybody. It is a great pleasure to FINEP to be present to another event in this Congress of Innovation held by CNI. First, I would like to welcome Esther Wake, our Minister of State, and like President Lula places the agenda of the science and technology in the core of the national scenario. We had also Maria Conceição Tavares always providing the guidelines. Development goes through the industry, but also through the ministry. And our minister has been relentless in this. Also, I would like to welcome a longtime companion, Luis Fernandes, here representing the Minister of State, Luciana Santos. I would like also to congratulate the president of FIESP, is Mr. Paulo Scarf, and representing Ricardo Albin. And it's important always to analyze the size of the country and to understand science and technology as an agenda that can make a difference in the world that it was mentioned before, with such a big geopolitical friction and with all the changes that are happening now. Also, Mr. Delcio Lima from Sebrae, that has been relentless in placing SMEs in the center of this agenda as a national reality. André Clark, that challenged me in thinking and redefining very quickly my presentation. That is to think about this manifest. It was placed on the screen, but we need to rethink the size not only of governance, but to establish integration of instruments and see the perception of future, considering all the situation that we are living now. Also, congratulate a colleague that was with me in the Ministry of Science and Technology, Mr. José Luis Gordon, with his relentless work in face of BNDES, together with Aloysio Mercadante, the president. Álvaro Prata, also I congratulate. I was able to convince him. He was a researcher, and one day I decided to call him to become a secretary together with Mr. Mercadante. He didn't want in the beginning, but then he is accepted, and today he works a lot and he has helped and made a difference in the reality of our institution. Also, José Zeferino from the National Sebrae Council and all the presidents of federations, researchers, experts that are present here. And a special congratulations. We are in the month of women. I would like to congratulate Roberta Miranda, paying a tribute to all the women present here. For 2 decades, this Congress has consolidated a space of reflection, putting together not only expert researchers, but also leaders with the common objective, the mobilization towards innovation becoming a strong instrument to move public policies and to look for the future, strengthening the Brazilian national ecosystem of innovation with an articulated demand between the productive sector, state, and scientific community. As was well mentioned before, the moment is of great transformation and friction all over the world. And I repeat, global chains of value pushed with this process of competitivity are more present than ever. And all this transition, all these points change enormously of what we understood of in industrial policy. We have to generate knowledge, capacity of innovation, and especially capacity of governance here in Brazil. The policy of innovation starts when decisions have to be made before the results are even known. The risk of knowledge, countries like Korea, Japan, Germany, and United States understood this issue perfectly, and they are moving forward in their chains resources that focus on research and development. But we in Latin America face a big challenge: the production and exports of high technology and goods and intensive services to increase productivity, they are in a very low level. So Latin America is responsible only for 5% of the global exports of goods and high technology assets, and 2% of the services that we call modern, with a few concentration in other countries. And this scenario shows a big challenge to us. That is how we include, or how can we include ourselves in international value chains that have high knowledge. Brazil faces a sole opportunity, the best in the macroeconomic environment sponsored by the Lula administration, with favorable conditions to create productive incentives, speed up modernization in our capacity of development. But we need to be able to respond to this challenge. And in this scenario, it's important that the government analyze the dimension, size, and see that these instruments are important to push forward this chain. President Lula, as Gordon said, answered to this objective and removed that and pushed forward the capacity of preservability in the scale of financing for innovation. More than resources, we reestablished a logic of policies based on continuity, on the capacity and planning for the long term, the perspective of capitalization of FINEP. And here I provide my thanks to CNI for their support of capitalization that will be launched shortly and places FILEP in a new level. But new challenges are in front of us. We see that the dimension that we have in the future shows that only 5% of the companies are having new developments in technology. But those projects were sponsored by FINEP. 11% of the companies, they are in a higher level, so they are included in the international change. And 41% of these companies, they make unique processes to the world. This is a totally different reality compared to what we had before. And we also show this new policies for missions together with technological transformations. FINEP in the past years have included resources of 47 billion reais in investments and innovation in the area of economic subvention. We included 3.3 million reais in the three chains that we have. More than increasing resources, the action of FINEP has tried to push forward transformation based in integration of instruments and on the permanent interaction of agents of science and technology. As mentioned in the video, FINEP in Brazil tries to establish this innovation in the national plan, even more in the direct relationship with Embrapi, BNDES, Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Trade, and Ministry of Health. This reality is new in the country and helps us to push even more this agenda. In this Congress, putting together different stakeholders shows us that we can have new policies and more we can structure an agenda to push forward this process and face the challenges that were presented. Brazil has relevant assets that include a qualified scientific basic, diversity of production, and opportunities opened by the transformations that are taking place. We need to be leaders in this process, and this strategy includes the capacity of performing long-term processes. And in this process, innovation is not longer a punctual event and becomes a structuring element. And this agenda demands stability of instruments and commitment with technological capacities on the long term. But we also need to think on the process for the long term. And the basis for this express this coordination. We want to say that NEPI is a process of strategy in this relevant national agenda. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Estamos sem tradução.
Agradecemos ao presidente da FINEP, Luiz Antônio Elias, e convidamos agora o secretário executivo do Ministério de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, MCTI, Luiz Fernandes.
Bom, muito bom dia a todos e a todas. Eu queria saudar inicialmente a ministra Esther Dweck, ministra de Gestão de Inovação em Serviços Públicos. Em seu nome, também saudar todos os amigos, colegas de governo que estão aqui presentes, tanto aqui na mesa do evento quanto no auditório, em particular Luiz Antônio Elias, presidente da FINEP, Gordon, diretor da BNDES, Álvaro Pata, dirigente da Embrapi. Saudar o Paulo Scaff, presidente da Fiesp, anfitrião aqui do nosso evento, junto com Décio Lima, presidente da SEBRAE. José Geferino, presidente do Conselho Deliberativo do SEBRAE, aqui também presente, André Clark, que é líder atual da MEI, da Mobilização Empresarial pela Inovação. Eu gostaria de citar também o Jefferson, da CNI, porque ele nos brindou também com a possibilidade de sediar, no âmbito deste Congresso da Inovação, a reunião do Conselho Diretor do FNDCT, do Fundo Nacional de Desenvolvimento Científico e Tecnológico, que se realizará em seguida, ainda no dia de hoje. E também está entre nós a pesquisadora Tatiana Sampaio. Eu queria saudá-la, porque ela ganhou muita projeção na mídia, né, nos últimos tempos. E essa projeção que ela ganhou, ela transforma.
This is because
between Embraer and FIPI, and they include technology transfer and also co-joint development of systems and components. And this CASA is having the support of the ministry, and I had this possibility of flying this jet, and I also flew it over Rio de Janeiro. That makes me very proud. And it was very happy because we had a sequence of victories. So we hope that the launch of the first Brazilian jet gives to us a new times and good times to Brazil. And this matches the commitment of President Lula of associating in an absolute way development and sovereignty, awareness, technology, and innovation. It inspires us with the motto sovereign through knowledge from our Navy. And this is a reality in the world. We achieve sovereignty through knowledge. And we understand that the Brazilian growth is directly connected to our capacity of innovating, of transforming knowledge into wealth, of solutions and opportunities to our population. And it is exactly because of this that our ministry got together in the development and performance of the plan New Brazilian Industry from the very beginning. Because the industry that we want to Brazil is a modern one with innovation, with competition and sustainability. And all of this depends on science, innovation, and knowledge. It's and coherent with this commitment, as President Luis Antonio Elias mentioned here, the volume of investments that we have made here through FINEP in this project of innovation for the industry, but with the capitalization that was mentioned by Luis Antonio Elias, we only through FSCT and FINEP, in addition to the partnerships that we have in supporting the innovation of the industry with the BNDES, we will reach more than 60 billion reais invested in projects of innovation for the industry between 2023 and the end of this year, 2026. It's a record that generates capacity of innovation and development. And these are investments that are not only linked to abstract numbers, they translate into concrete benefits to the country. They support omnibus development for a bus that is 100% national, a flying park for the Amazon reality in Brazil. I invite you all to visit our stand here at the side. You have a flight simulator over there where you will be able to navigate with the flying boat in the rivers of the Amazon. There is a simulator here, and I invite you to go there and check it. We support new pharmaceutical drugs and biologicals for animal health, pioneer researchers to genetic research linked to diseases like epilepsy, integrated platforms using artificial intelligence, supercomputers with high capacity of processing to bring us to the frontier border of the development of artificial intelligence and also the concentration of satellites of high resolution that gives this image of quality even with the cloud coverage. And these are a few of the projects, but this is what companies delivers to Brazil, solving concrete problems of the industry and the Brazilian society. And we like to highlight that this is only possible because of the articulation between the government, the business sector, as presented by May and the Academy. We are sure that this partnership is the key to build a more competitive and sustainable country. In the ministry, through FENAPI has been present to share the risks of innovation with national companies using all their instruments and economic subvention, funds of participation and investments, and support through university and institutions and companies. And all of this was only possible, as mentioned here, because there was a political decision of recomposing and becoming leaders in terms of using the National Fund of Scientific and Technological Development. Together with this, we have a need of reducing the cost of credit for innovation so that we can generate the development here in Brazil. FINEP and BNDES and the ministry, they are doing their role, but there is no question that in having a interest fixed base in 14.75% of the country is a discouragement to our investment. We have to reduce the cost of capital to create a more favorable environment. And this is an agenda of interest of all, to the government, to the industry, and to the Brazilian society. Another important challenge that we have faced is the reduction of regional inequalities in the innovation system. We have a significant concentration yet of resources and capacity in the southern and southwest regions. We want to have a more balanced development, strengthening systems around the country. And for this, we have introduced the specific calls for the North, Northeast, and Midwest regions, including places in our bids that helped allowed us to double the participation of these regions in the investments of FINEP for projects of innovation of the companies between 2023 and 2026. We are in a moment where the dominion of the knowledge of technologies is core to be able to achieve that place that Brazil should occupy in the world, the capacity of innovating that define the role of the companies in the chains of value in the economy and the international scenario. Brazil has all the conditions for this leap. We have a solid scientific foundation, a dynamic business community and active people, many competitive advantages, and a great this diversity of challenges that become opportunities of innovation. And this demands continuity, coordination, commitment. What we are developing is a policy of state integrating all the parts with a vision. And it is this horizon that we are building, investing more, taking risks, creating instruments, and strengthening the environment of innovation. And we will continue to gather government, academia, the business sector to transform knowledge in development, innovation in competitive edge, and science of quality in life quality for the population. Paraphrasing a tropical song from Chico Buarque, we can say that with our union, Brazil meets its ideal to become a fair nation developed with national sovereignty. Success to this Congress of Innovation, to success to our partnership. Thank you very much. We thank the Executive Secretary, Mr. Luis Fernandes. He mentioned Tatiana Sampaio. We will hear now from her about this innovation. Now we would like to invite the Minister of State for Management and Innovation in the Public Service of Brazil, Ms. Esther Dweck. Good morning, everybody present here. For me, it's an honor to be part of this Congress, this 11th Congress of Innovation of Industry. I would like to congratulate our host, Mr. Paulo Scaff, President of IESP, the representative of CENI, Décio Lima, and also my colleagues in the government, Luis Fernandes, representing Minister Luciana, and now a representative of our companies. Our state companies are two important public banks that we have, FINEP and BNDES, Gordon and Luis Elias, the president of Embrapi, this important Brazilian organization that supports the innovation and this bridge between the industry and the development of industry in Brazil. Also congratulate SEBRAE's president, José Zeferino, and also a few people that are in this theater representing other links in this important Congress that puts together members of the industry, and also Andre Clark, president of May, and all the business community present here. Also Tatiana Sampaio, that was mentioned here, my colleague, professor of UFRJ, Roberto Miranda, two pop stars present here today with us. Tatiana, we are very proud of her. It's a pride to Brazilian women in terms of a scientist, and she has shown to us all the value of Brazilian science. Thank you, Tatiana, for being here. And also to other professors that are here in this theater. They are not longer in universities, but they were an important bridge between the academia and the government, Luciano Coutinho and Alio Ferraz, and also Mariana, who is together with them. And obviously, I would like to thank the culture and also the sponsorship to something so important to congratulate for this initiative, and also our conductor, José Carlos Martins, and all the orchestra that made this beginning of this event so pleasant and so important. To start with culture, make everybody more able to concentrate and to show all the potentialities that Brazil has in terms of science, innovation, and culture. So to me, it's a pleasure to be here, to be able to participate of this beginning and to see this example of challenging, of overcoming, and what he mentioned about his father also was very moving. And today, as it was mentioned here, this reunion concludes an important journey, national journey, that had a great participation of all the country with more than 50 people, 2,500 companies, and the whole Brazil was heard. And now we are here exactly to discuss how we can implement what has been discussed during this journey. And this is the kind of partnership that we want to cultivate more and more in the ministry. Between 2023 and 2025, it was mentioned here by a few people. Always when we speak at the end, we already repeat what was said before, but I want to enforce that we had an expansion in Brazil above 3%, something that has not happened for a decade in Brazil. We reduced unemployment to the lowest level of history. And two things also that made us proud is to remove 6.8 million people of poverty and the exit of the map of starvation that makes us then very proud. We also reduced deforestation in Amazon 50% compared to 2022, and something that was exclusive here in Brazil, two tax reforms that were approved in a democratic period, one essential to the Brazilian industrial sector, which is the tax reform that was with its taxes very heavy, especially for investments here in Brazil. And finally, when all the process is finished in this moment of transition, we will have one of the most modern tax systems. We went from the worst to the best, avoiding accumulation of taxes that was so a big burden to the Brazilian industry. We are moving forward to improve all of this. And our vision, Gordon, when you talk about the return of all this, the indirect taxation is a big industrial policy reform, and we made a calculation that this will increase in 8 points the Brazilian GDP in 10 years. This is not by chance. It is a result of a government that has recomposed the public capacities in Brazil, reorganized priorities, show that social commitment and long-term vision are agendas that complement each other, and they are part of a project of development for our country. And here I believe that we have to go further, and the central topic of this Congress and ecological transition are two important topics present in all our programs, from investment for infrastructure, PACS, the New Brazil Industry, and even the ecological transition plan that coordinates the actions of the Brazilian state and of the Brazilian government. And there is a central point so that we can innovate, transform, and compete in a world that is more competitive with a geopolitical challenge, as was mentioned before, and is the presence of the state qualifying our productive state to face challenges. And President Lula decided to create this ministry during the transition, and the concern of his was to rebuild the state capacities with innovation in public service as a north. And the ministry has provided this agenda of transformation so that we can deliver public policies in a more efficient way, more inclusive for our population and for our partners. I want to reinforce that there is no contraposition between the market and the state. Things move together, and it's like this that we can make the countries go faster. And we did more than 50 measures in 2 areas, and this list is increasing every moment. We have worked in 3 areas in the Brazilian state. One in people management, some areas where the important transformation in the digital transformation, very much aligned with the idea of this Congress, and in the improvement of efficiency and capacity of innovation. All of this will increase the efficiency and actions of the state. In terms of people management, we have tried to bring more of this quality, and like innovative companies, we need people that are qualified to lead an innovative state, inclusive state, and green state, people with competency and looking forward to the economic growth of the country. We are now in areas that are moving forward in an innovative way, introduce a national public bid and is looking the best talents in all the countries. And now we're trying to find new people to the public service. We restructured careers in the federal public service, converting more than obsolete positions to strategic career, creating new cross-cutting careers that are the future of the Brazilian services to place labor in the world of transition.
And of course, we have the perspective of transforming talent, and the Brazilian productive system knows that, that there are several cases that illustrate, a need for us to invest in civil servants. For several years, with very little investment, new times were needed. So by improving the positions, we were able to ensure that Anvisa and the Brazilian Patent Office had better talent. And VP Alckmin always says that the time for filing patents has decreased very significantly. And another very important axis in the ministry is digital transformation, which is essential for the future, not only through the digitalization of services, but also by making a more personal relation between. Today, we have many active accounts and we give access to 5,000 public services. And one of the things that Lula has requested from us is that for us to create a national infrastructure of data, making data interoperable. In 2025, we had over 1 billion data transactions in the Conecta.gov platform. So with this, populations and don't have to show to the government what they have in terms of information. This is a huge reduction of bureaucracy. Another very important point that we have been working on is the idea of digital public infrastructures, or in English, DPI. They work as an operating system for the state. They are open layers of identification and data interoperability and data transactions. With this, the public and the private sector can build solutions. An example of this is Pix, an infrastructure that has completely overhauled the payment systems and created new business opportunities. And the same potential exists in other areas. In the private sector, those IPDs bring two concrete results: reduction of costs, less reworking, and especially new business opportunities for companies that can build on top of these bases. One of the things we have been doing together with the Brazilian private sector is the introduction of AI in the public service, something that we discussed recently. And also, we can create opportunities for companies to execute their role. And here we have one of the most concrete fronts for this debate, which is the strategic use of the Brazilian government purchasing power to drive sustainability. In my last participation in May, one of the people that was present mentioned something that, which is basically Article 219, which says that this is, wealth for the state, which means that the state has an active role, not only as a regulator, not only as a funding source. We have some very important funding partners here, but also as a procurer. So, among the several objectives, promotion of innovation and sustainable development was included. This is a legal mandate for the Brazilian government to drive innovation and sustainability. The potential is huge. Public procurement represents 16% of the Brazilian GDP, considering all agencies. This is not a niche. The Brazilian government is the largest buyer in Brazil. In the United States, 1/3 of the funding used to foster innovation comes from the government. The government buys innovative services and products and creates markets where there is no scale yet. In Brazil, using the procurement is underutilized. So we finance through FINEP, BNDES, and Embrapi and sectorial funds and several other uh, options. Uh, these are things that you use now. This is still a road that we're starting to go on. We have some notable examples. For example, the technology transfer, and also defense is another area. For example, Minister Luciana are visiting the first supersonic jet that was created through a technology transfer product, GRIP. Out of 36 uh, jets, 11 will be made in Brazil. And based on this idea of really improving demand and using our procurement as a tool, during a meeting of the Sustainable Council last year, President Lula signed a decree where it created a policy using procurement to drive development, and of course using different axes. The objective is to make procurement of the state as a permanent public policy, creating opportunities that are no longer based only in the lowest price, and in fact favor what's best for Brazil. So we used a device which is competitive dialogue present in the procurement law. And finally, we have regulated this provision, and this is now essential for the procurement of innovation. So instead of the state to define the specifications, the government presents a problem and the market offers potential solutions. So companies have a dialogue before the tender to build together what doesn't exist yet. This is an ordinance that's already public, but that will go into force next month in April, and it will become an essential tool for the procurement of innovation. And we also closed a partnership at the end of last year, following the same logic at the procurement strategy, together with CNI. And the objective is twofold. Firstly, to develop certification for industrial products that identify what was produced in Brazil and that had its technology development here. With this, we're going to be able to use products with greater national content. We use this, but but only in the BNTS. We needed certification from other sectors that are not supported by BNTS. And through this partnership with CNI, we'll be able to do the certification, and we'll identify the companies that invest in R&D in Brazil and uh, that could use more support from the government. We'll build a national database that will give more predictability on the government's procurement, what the government buys, with what frequency. These are answers that are very hard to obtain today. With the observatory, we'll gain more visibility, and with this, companies can plan ahead to produce and invest in R&D. An example of this recently was the launch of the catalog of the defense industrial base that gives more legal security for the acquisition of several solutions for our defense and sovereignty. We're building a new relationship between the state and industry. We want to buy more smartly, and when we procure, we want to contribute to the development of the country. And we want to be, for Brazilian companies, a client that's worthwhile. The transition that will develop here in this Congress are now creating a new competitive positioning in the world. Brazil counts on a window of opportunity. It's a state that's going to use its procurement power to be a genuine partner of industry. With this, we will obtain more innovative and development and also social inclusion. I am certain that many ideas will come out of this Congress. We are keeping our doors open to strengthen our partnership with Brazilian industry. Thank you very much. We thank Minister Esther Dweck. We also thank the participation of all of you. And we kindly ask you to take your places again. But before anything, how about an official photograph? We thank all participants, and we ask Mr. Décio Lima to remain on stage for our next phase in the program. Okay, please let's organize. So while we are getting the stage arranged, so let's continue with today's program because we still have a panel with the signature of this milestone. It's a historical milestone for the national production sector. By the way, let's please project the QR code of the movement so that we can continue next with the signing. So today, as I said, we are celebrating a historic milestone, the launch of the Together for Industry movement. And here's the QR code. And to start the celebration, we invite to the stage and to join President Décio Lima, the Director of the Industrial Development of the National Confederation of Industry, CNI, Mr. Jefferson Gomes, the Technical Director of the Brazilian Service of Support to Micro and Small Enterprises, SEBRAE Nacional, Mr. Bruno Quick, the Superintendent Director of the Social Service of Industry, SESI, Mr. Paulo Moll, the Superintendent of Innovation and Technology of the National Service for Industrial Learning, SENAI, Mr. Roberto de Medeiros, the Superintendent of the Evaldo Lodge Yale Institute, Mrs. Sara Saldanha. This partnership aims at offering a consolidated agenda that will optimize service to the industry based on the integration of services, programs, actions, and projects of all partner institutions. This will increase productivity, competitiveness, innovation, and ecological and digital transformation. The key factors of the strategic map of industry missions of the new industry Brazil are the main elements of the project. The objective is for leaders of the partner institutions to collaboratively build the vision and the portfolio of initiatives and governance that will make up the Together for Industry movement. So you're all invited to watch on the big screen the video of Juntos pela Indústria. What if the future of industry was not in technology, but on the people and how they use it? The Brazilian industry was made up by people, always people who build, test, make mistakes, but still make the country advance every single day. At the shop floor, in labs, in startups, in small and large businesses in every region of Brazil. The world has changed. Innovating today demands more than good ideas in isolation. It takes integration, collective intelligence. Together for Industry has been born from the union of those who believe in the power of cooperation. We work on the pillars that sustain the development of the country: people, productivity, sustainability, and global competitiveness. Here, competencies connect and strategies align. Solutions gain scale, everything in integration, in connection to create real impact. This is an invitation for those who believe that the future of industry is built in a network. The future of the industry is built together. Let's go with us, right? Together for Industry, an initiative of Sebrae and Sistema Indústria. This is it. It's a movement that we all can make part now. We're going to have the signing. Could you please come here to sign the document?
We would like to thank the participation of all, and now we would like to invite everyone. Before we start our technical debates, I would like to invite everyone to watch the detailed results of the National Journey of Innovation, an inspiring trajectory that mapped and revealed the digital transformation in the 5 regions in our country. We did a journey through Brazil, going through our regions and different states to answer the following question: where is in the innovation of the Brazilian industry found? To answer these questions, we mapped Brazil green and digital, that wakes up early to work, 50 cities, 50 meetings, thousands of kilometers, and more than 400 innovative voices were heard, revealing an active and ecosystem, a Brazil that was hidden in face of our eyes. We went from the major centers and we went on the roads. We looked for researchers, businessmen, deep techs, industries in different states in Brazil, and there we found was potence. A state-of-the-art bioeconomy, artificial intelligence, agrotechnology, clean energy, mobility, sophisticated industry, going beyond the promise. It's already happening, already happened, always happened. Perhaps what was missing was to recognize that Brazil historically is an industry. Brazil from Santos Dumont, the inventor of the plane, it seems impossible, but it already happened. These brilliant minds are surrounding us. The challenge now is to put together these forces in only one ecosystem of innovation because we have brilliant minds that speak the same language in different ways. Moved throughout a journey of CNA and Sebrae for the innovation in Brazil, and these voices are telling us that it is possible, it's possible, it's possible, it is possible. Innovation and sustainability, industry and science, academia and market, the business movement with innovation and creativity, growth and sustainability. Is Brazil structured for innovation with real science? Leader in energy. Innovation here comes from within the land, and we can connect all this potency. All that we need is for you to come with us in this journey because innovation of the Brazilian industry is here. Let's go together that Brazil can go even further on. In part of this journey that were 6 months throughout Brazil, you can also check in the journey stand, the national journey stand for innovation of industry that is right out of here. During the day, you can pay a visit to there. And as we have seen, innovation is a reality. And to continue, we will see a new inspiring story. Starting the cycle of technical debates in this Congress, we're going to introduce an event putting together innovation and productive system for the generation of impact in the society and more than technology, science behind the parents we receive now for this presentation. Polylaminate, a journey uniting research, industry, innovation. Tatiana Sampaio, professor of the UFRJ. And also the Deputy President Rogério Almeida of DPI Study. This is the work that represents academia, excellence, and strategy can add value, positioning Brazil in the forefront of global innovation. So with you, our guest speaker, Tatiana Sampaio. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation. It's an honor, even a surprise to me, because as you can imagine, this scenario I see here is so far from what I usually am used to in the events I join. I always worked in a research lab in the university without much interface with the industry or events of this size. And to me, it's a great honor to be here, an opportunity of showing what we have been doing in the universities in the past years together with the Cristália laboratory that Rogério represents here. I'll start, you continue, and I will tell you recently. I gave an interview in the program Roda Viva where they asked, and I said, believe there are things more interesting than science. This caused a great impact. You don't expect from a person who works with science to do this. And yesterday they asked me again, what is more important? What would be an example of something more important than science? And here, arriving here, this really came together with what I mentioned yesterday, music, because music connect everybody and it's more accessible to because science can also be accessible, but it depends on a certain understanding, some investment, and not music. You get moved, and music brings everybody together. And what I'm going to try to do here now will be a challenge to tell you this history of this polyalamine. And I believe that most of people here don't have any experience on working with protein, cells, molecules, things that are in my daily activities. And this is my challenge, trying to show you what we have done so we can tell you exactly what this case is. The passage of a discovery done in the academia in the lab until we reached the productive sector. So we always ask ourselves what is possible to do to transform science into innovation. So we have this story that in the university we generate knowledge and then we create things, and there is some difficulty in conveying what has been generated into some action that can bring benefit to society as a whole. And this is the case of polyamine, and this is the case that where we went from basic science going to a directed research, then going to a transrational research, transrelational research, when we go from the lab environment to actual life. In this case, the drug, when you go from the bench in the laboratory to the hospital bed, and we reach the people. This is the transrelational science. And then until here, we have UFRJ. And after this moment, we started in 2019 a connection with the Cristália lab. This is the second stage, which is more directed to development of the product itself. And here, very quickly, this drug, this new drug, which is the polylaminine, the objective is to develop this for lesions or injuries in the spinal cord. And this spinal cord is the structure that is here inside in the vertebral column, which is the bone part on our back. There is one channel. I'm more familiar with this kind of mic. So we have this spinal cord here that comes in a continuity with the brain, and here we see an injury. There was a bone dislocation here, and the spinal cord was pressured and was injured. When we see this other exam, which is called stratigraphy, it's another kind of resonance. We can see that these additional fibers, that exactly the threads that make the connection between the brain and the remainder of the board, they are damaged, sometimes even totally cut, eh, preventing the connection between the brain and the lower limbs, for instance. So when we think in a movement, when we want to move the leg, for instance, I will have an idea, a thought, a decision of moving my leg here on my brain, on the, and this wish goes through the spinal cord and reaches the muscle. So there is just like a thread that will connect my brain until it reaches this muscle. As incredible as it may seem, it's less intuitive, but these threads, they are part of only one cell. So what goes from the brain until the connection with the spinal cord is only one cell that we have in the body. Then you have the brain, and like a very long thread going. And when this thread is broken, so we don't see the passage of the signal, it's the thread being cut. And when this thread is cut, the person cannot communicate its willpower to the rest of the body. And this is what happens with the spinal cord injury. And we knew already in literature, it was known that when the axons that are the threads here, when they grow with the peripheral system of the muscle, for instance, in the arm, they pass in kind of a tube, as so as to speak. So they go inside a tube, and this is the kind of the tube, the yellow part here, and this is the axion, which is the thread, and this thread is cut. So one simple idea, very direct, if you want to, if the thread has been injured and you want to make him work back again, one thing that you can do is to supply this tube to see if it will work. And one thing that was observed, if you look, the moment when the threads are growing, in the embryo development, when we are in the belly of the mother, the threads, they are growing, they are being formed for the first time. And they are inside these tubes here that are made of this protein called laminin. So it seems that I'm not understanding, and it is simple. When the axons grow, when you are in the belly of the mother, when they are in formation, they grow in contact with these tubes of laminin. So if you want them to grow again, what about making new conduits or new tubes of laminin? It seems very right, very straightforward. So here, laminin is this protein with the form of a cross, and it can be used for several things, for tattoos, for t-shirts, for art. And we wanted to see if we could use it for a drug, if we could inject it, and it would regenerate then the laminin. So transforming laminin in polylaminin. So this is the laminin, a protein in a cross form, and the polylaminin is several laminins hand in hand. And in the case of laminin, it has three hands. And because it has three hands, instead of forming a long thread, it will form a structure just like a membrane, which is over here. So this was our idea, and then we had to test. And I will be very brief in telling you how we tested this. So, how did we test to know if this polylaminin would be a good laminin to be transformed into a drug? So we got the common laminin, just as it was before, which is this one here. And we have only the separate laminines and compared to the polylaminine when after the laminine is polymerized. So we place the cells that we have here in the brain. We can have these cells that are in the brain removed from the embryo animal, and you dissociate them and place them in the lab to see how they answer to laminine, which is this, and to polylaminine. The difference is very big. If we place the neurons on laminine, they form a no thread. When we put them over polylaminate, see what happens? They become more triangular and they start emitting the axons. They start growing these big tails, and this is what our objective was, to make them grow again. So from nothing to many. So this is something that encouraged many people. This was done way back in 2004, 2005. Here we are working, we are removing the neurons from the brain and taking them to the lab. And because this work, we tested this in mice. I didn't bring the video, but just a picture when you have an experimental injury done in a mice and observe what happens after. It stays very much paralyzed with the paw bent inwards, but after injecting with polylaminine in the spinal cord, it moves much better. After we saw that it worked with isolated neurons, we saw it worked with mice too. And after, when we sacrificed the mice and we take a look, this is the spinal cord near the head and near the tail. So here you can see the regeneration, and with a zoom here, this is what we see. On green, we have the axons, and white is the polylaminine. So we can see that the animal that was treated with polylaminine can produce a bridge on where the spinal cord was cut with many threads here, the green parts, and these are inside the tubes of polylaminine, corroborating in the hypothesis that we had. If we isolated the molecules, we went through the mice, and now what do we have to do? Finally test it with humans. So before going to humans, we did several types of injuries. And this is something that is important to call attention. Many people say, well, it's very difficult to pass a lab result to actual life for human beings. It's difficult because people don't do enough tests before, because they get only one model of injury, one animal, and then after 1 year they say, yes, it's very difficult to replicate. Try before 8 types of lesions, 2 or 3 different types of animals, and after 10 years doing this directly with thousands of mice, see if it's not going to work. It will work, but the problem is people want to get one model, do a very good statistics, and put a very good control group, many people's, only one scenario, and then you have a super powerful statistics, and then you demonstrate scientifically. But when you go to real life, what happens? Nothing. Why doesn't it happen? Because you did a model that was very specific. So before going from a lab where you do science and go into actual life, you need to test in many models and test a lot.
So we tested in humans. I think you probably saw this in the media. Here is 2 images from patients. We injected polylaminine in their spinal cord injury, and we saw an improvement. Those are patients with a full injury, only 10% of the patients with this type of injury recover motor control, and 75% of them recovered motor control. In literature, the best outcome showed 35% of people regaining motor control, and we reached 75%. So it's a small N, yes, it is, but still we see improvement, and this is advancing. So in the next step, this is how far we got. And this is exactly where the translational research ended, and we start developing a product, because after obtaining this result in the lab and also in university, we needed to start a relationship with industry so that this drug could be produced not only for one or two patients, but for the entire population. So we found this lab, the Cristália lab. We signed this agreement. Of course, this is an eye chart. Nobody needs to read it. Firstly, we started conversations and developed a cooperation model where the company recognized the previous work, previous research that was done, and that there was a reimbursement for this work. And we started a co-development process with the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. So this is the partnership between the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and Cristália, the lab. And people ask me, does it work well? Yes, it does. I don't know if it would be like this with all pharma companies, but so far it's been great. We are working on a very solid partnership. And before I turn over the microphone to Rogério, I just wanted to mention one last thing. So, if you ask me, how could we foster the development of polylaminin? I think that everyone in the academia would like to know how to create this connection with the production system with industry. And the same applies to industry. How could they find potential cases to invest in the academia? And this is very common because we always try to wait and see what the other side has to offer. We've been using this model for several years, and I believe that now is the time to adopt a demand-driven model. It should come from the production area. They should present us with problems, and the academia should work on the solution for the problem. Because more than building bridges, I think that we should really dissolve barriers, the existing barriers, to make it happen. From the point of view of universities, it's much easier to let sleeping dogs lie, just leave it as it is. And I think that also for industry. But if we want an improvement, then we should work at surpassing the barriers, especially the resistance of people who want things to be just like they are now. Because there's a lot of people who are very eager to collaborate. Thank you very much, Professor. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, CNI, for inviting me. Today, I'm not here to speak about polylaminin. I think that the professor has given us a great presentation about it. Could you please put it back on the screen? But I'm here to discuss the reason why we are here. The professor mentioned this connection between the academia and industry. Today, this is a taboo. It's a taboo that must be broken down so that we can really leave this paradigm behind. And I think it's important to shed some light on this. Why are we here? How could we create this phenomenon, polylaminin? And my friend Andre Clark, I think it's important for us to talk about roles and responsibilities. Cristália Lab. We have 131 patents, and we have some very innovative products such as polylaminin. So how is it possible that we have 131 patents and 2/3 of them filed internationally and just 1/3 here? And in fact, the minister has explained how this is going to be changed from now on, and we'll find a better distribution between the patents we file in Brazil and those that are filed internationally. We know that industry has a role to play, and so does the academia. This is very clear, but sometimes we don't really want to really exercise our role. So on our side, we have Dr. Pacheco, who identifies scientific talent, or just like in an orchestra, we have a violinist, we have a piano player, and we go after knowledge. If industry continues to think that knowledge is concentrated in its walls, we are fated to failure, because the role of innovation, innovation is really in the academe. The industry has an intermediary role. We transform what is discovered in the academia in a product that can be accessed by the population. We make discoveries into products, and for that we need responsibility from the regulators. The regulators should assess new discoveries in a very responsible way. The case of polylaminin is a flagship for that. Here we found a researcher who has enough humility to understand that when we talked to her in 2018, at the time she had been working for 20 years in this project, and she understood that everything that she had done so far was of little use to industry. When you say this to somebody who's been working for 15 years, 20 years in a molecule, they feel insulted. They feel that their work is being depreciated because, industry only has profit as an objective. But in fact, the academia sometimes is not well prepared to master the regulatory strictness, because when you have to show the product to Anvisa, it takes a lot of rigor, and this is our specific role. Now, when we find a researcher like Tatiana who understands these constraints and gives us a vote of confidence, so that Cristália can make this into a drug and can lead the process with the necessary rigor, so that the proper documentation is filed with Anvisa, and as such, a safe drug will be developed. It's a cycle of innovation where every partner plays its role. When the connection between the academia and industry, when the academia does not understand that several aspects and elements need to be reworked so that we can reach Anvisa with the proof of efficacy and safety, then it's impossible to make an agreement, and there will be no access to innovation. And we know that the industry can provide a lot of innovation to industry. And we have some examples of this. Back in 2004, we made a bet. We built a biotech plant we developed a partnership with the Federal University of the Amazonas, where we developed somatropin, 100% Brazilian growth hormone. And, this is part of our track record in Cristália for several years. And today we provide 100% of the growth hormone to the national health system. So Brazil today is sovereign in growth hormones. We don't have to import 1 single gram of growth hormones because 100% of the children served by SUS use our growth hormone. So I can say, without actually making a pun, that Cristália helps Brazil grow. So knowledge is in the universities. We have to team up with them. For example, collagenase comes also from the Brazilian biodiversity. Today, we're sovereign. In the past, there were some producers of collagenase, but one of the major manufacturers began buying the other ones, and there was a crisis of availability. And then we found in the Brazilian biodiversity a molecule that could be developed, and we created this within Cristália with the support of Brazilian researchers. So our successful track record in establishing partnerships with universities dates back to, for a long time. We also have a partnership with the Federal University of Goiás. We developed a very disruptive product with them, with several other academic institutions, because we want to be close to the academia so that we don't miss the potential. I think it's very important to keep track of everything that the universities are developing, because we have much more scale than the universities, and we need to make this into access by the population. Sometimes you write thesis, and what the population really needs is the product itself. And with in the specific case of polylaminin, the process was lengthy because in 2022 we submitted the documentation to Anvisa, and it took us 3 years to really master the learning curve. And in January 5, 2006, Anvisa approved the beginning of the phase 1 trials with polylaminin. Why did it take us 3 years? Because Brazil is not ready to innovate. And this is not only something that applies to health. We don't have a regulatory framework in health or in other areas that really allows for innovation. The only reason why we made progress with polylaminin is that in September last year, Anvisa started to get the picture. And in December last year, Anvisa set up the Radical Innovation Project Committee. This committee created the framework we needed to take the next step in the approval of polylaminin. So today in health, we have Anvisa that's really prepared to work with radical innovations. And the words of the minister were extremely important. So while Minister Alckmin understands this, and they are investing in regulation agencies, it's useless to have the FINEP and other funding agencies such as BNDES just injecting money if we won't get the regulatory approvals. It's necessary to establish a regulatory framework that will enable us to overcome the barriers and hurdles that innovation projects are faced with. So this is what is going to will drive innovation, which is, of course, the topic at hand. Thank you very much. Have a great Congress, everyone. We thank Professor Tatiana and Director Rogério. Well, Professor Tatiana, it felt so simple to listen to the explanation, but we saw that reaching results like this takes a very long time and a lot of persistence. So thank you for being tireless. And Rogério, thank you for supporting this research and other projects. So let's go on to the first panel, Brazil and the global geopolitics of energy, climate, and digital transition. The world is undergoing great changes. Climate, energy, and digital transitions are redefining the rules of the global game. No position is guaranteed, but none is lost. It's precisely in the instability of great transitions that opportunities arise. How to advance innovation in Brazil in a world that keeps on changing? This is the debate that will guide the first panel of the 2026 Innovation Congress. And for the debate, we invite the Executive Director of Meridiana, Mônica Sodré, the Admiral of the Brazilian Navy, Eduardo Leal, the Secretary of Technology, Development and Innovation of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of the Government of Brazil, MCTI, Daniel Almeida Filho. And the moderator of this panel, the advisor of the Institute of Advanced Studies, University of São Paulo, Pedro Monchovsky. Okay, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Let's start our panel. And the title is Brazil in the Global Geopolicy for Energy, Climate, and Digital Transition. We heard several speakers this morning, and briefly they mentioned the international scenario, highlighting the existence of geopolitical frictions, a climate crisis, and a technological revolution that impacts the world. And our question is, how does this impact Brazil? What should we do about it to join these people, these technological revolution, and this new scenario? And also, we heard that Brazil has a set of unique attributes like availability of renewable energy, the size of the Brazilian market, the existence of a considerable scientific basis in Brazil, the entrepreneurism of the Brazilian people, and a set of natural resources, either mineral or forest resources, and the existence of financial public resources with the use of BNDES, especially BNDES, FINEP, that are transferred directly to the productive sector or through organizations that have met very well their role with Embrapi. On the other side, there are some Brazilian peculiarities that we should not ignore. The investment is low, the standard of public-private investment in Brazil, considering the GDP, is very low. Brazil is a country with a lot of complexity, with a legal uncertainty, and a business environment not totally favorable to entrepreneurial activity. And in this scenario, my question to our three speakers is, what should we do, both in the public sector and in the private sector, so that in this scenario, considering all these potentials, we see a strengthening, a rebirth of the Brazilian industry? I turn the floor by the order to Daniel de Almeida Filho, Technological and Innovation Secretary of the MCD. Daniel, you have the floor. Well, good afternoon, everybody. As always, the last will be the first. I arrived last, but I will be the first one to speak. Very well. Pedro highlighted a few points that are quite important. We have a Porsche here to reach 300 kilometers per hour, very fast. That is our country. An abundance in terms of technology, a human capital highly qualified in the universities, in the institutions of technology and innovation. And now we have available as well broad scale investments. I was in the meeting of the FACT. That's why, because I arrived late, we were discussing about these investments, how they are made, and what are the strategies to get in touch with them. We have the credit, non-reimbursable fund tools, and fiscal incentives that are essential so that the government can share with the business community the risk of investing in innovation. Nevertheless, there is kind of a brake pulled on this Porsche, and as Pedro mentioned, the macroeconomic point of view, interest of 14.75%. We have difficulties in terms of taxes, legal uncertainty. So, answering to your question, I believe that one of the most important things that we should do to face these challenges is to get together, not only in terms of cooperation, because sometimes we get together with SEBRAE, CNE, and in the government itself, inter-ministries, and we say, look, we are doing a cooperation here, we make a picture, everything is okay, but no, in addition to cooperation, we have a need of activity coordination. We have to think strategically. What are the bottlenecks that we have? What are the priorities? We need to be very clear about the main bottlenecks and face them point by point. I had this experience recently of facing a major problem in one of these main instruments that support innovation in the country, which is the Lei do Bem, the law of good. In the year of 2023, we saw 62 billion invested by the public sector in R&D and innovation. 62 billion. Private sector invested 68 billion, out of which 52 billion were invested according to or through the Lei do Bem. The companies that invested in these in using the Lei do Bem received investments. So this is very relevant for the ecosystem of the productive sector to be able to deal with these Lei do Bem. That makes the public institutions and also the government have the capacity of sharing this risk in 1/4. This is the calculation, 1/5 or 1/4 of the cost of investing in R&D. and we received the government with more than 73,000 delayed projects in the Lei do Bem. So we have three instances of evaluation in the ministry, and these processes, these projects, companies, they prepare, they send us our project, we evaluate, and this evaluation has can be done in three times. So on the first evaluation, 73,000 projects delayed were already there. 5 years of delayed in the process of analysis. This generated a very important legal uncertainty for the companies. For you to invest, submit a project, and projects of millions, sometimes hundreds, tens of millions, and after 4 years received a negative, right? This is something that companies uh, make them concern a lot because they are sometimes public companies, they have to distribute their profits. And so we had several problems here to face. So could it just be a company with actual profits of companies from other places? Could they be joined? So there are several hurdles here. And we saw that we had something important. We had something that was a priority. So we focused in generating a list. And the moment when we zeroed this standing by list, we did this in 1 year. So with a huge effort, we were able to do this, even with all the restrictions of personnel that we had. And then we moved forward in the governance of all of this to avoid this problem happening again. So in terms of legal uncertainty, for instance, each project was evaluated by one researcher and one public servant. Uh, we know that there is a lot of subjective involved there. Sometimes only one person evaluated is too complicated. We opted for two, and with a divergency, a third person would be included. There was not very much clarity in what was innovation and was not. We started with artificial intelligence to help us also. You can access our portal and you can see using the AI. We had a partnership that was very important here. I would like to thank personally our president of Embrapi, Mr. Prata, a participation and evaluation of fast track. So what happens? We have inside the same ministry, Embrapi, Lei do Bem, Lei do Tix, and etc. Does it make sense? Something that has been evaluated and concluded as an innovation to go through another assessment of innovation doesn't make sense. So we did a fast track. Projects approved by Embrapi are also automatically approved by Lei do Bem. These are changes that we made. And why did we manage to do this in an uncoordinated way? Because we have a notion of priority. We have to coordinate activities. We have to coordinate ourselves among ministries. I see Karina, a great friend from the Ministry of Finance, a great partner of this. I would like to reaffirm that the Ministry of Finance has been a great partner of industry and innovation in the country. This is something not common. The Federal Reserve, the Ministry of Finance, they are engaged in showing that they don't want simply to cut costs. They want to cut them where they need to be cut. But they want to invest more when it comes to innovation. So this activity together, we had several meetings with CNI, Embrapi, Ministry of Finance, Federal Reserve, to coordinate all the activities. And this is only a small point, but I believe that because it worked, we should repeat in other instances. We have done this in the FDNCT. If you see all the investments that they are doing, everything now is regulated or at least strategically made available with guidelines according to the new industry in Brazil. We are following the 6 missions of the new industry in Brazil. So we have a complex environment, we have a very big machine, but with the brakes on. So we have to identify how we can lose this brake, let this machine speed up, because as it was mentioned before in the opening, Brazil cannot wait. Brazil is in a hurry. And this is because the world is innovating. And then if we don't follow, we will lag behind. So this is what I believe we have to do. The word of order in my mind here is to coordinate activities, partnerships, and coordination. Thank you, Danielle. I turn the floor now to our Admiral. Good morning, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. I thank you for the invitation. I'm not going to speak about what everything has spoken, and I don't know as much as all the other speakers have mentioned until now. I will focus more the geopolitical side of the changes that are happening in the world. And in geopolicy, we see a fragmentation of that global order that allowed all these institutions like the UN and the World Trade Organization to generate a globalization. Today, the world is more fragmented. There is a big dispute between Germany between United States and China. There are several countries with a big capacity of causing disruption: Russia, Iran, Turkey, Japan, India, which is a country that needs to be observed. So the world is going through a major disorder in terms of international relationships. This impacts Brazil with four aspects that are very important. The first is that because we are big, we have a big population, we have big territory, and we have a big economic production. At the same time, we are a extremely complex society, separated, divided, with many differences among the several regions of Brazil: the north, São Paulo; the south, different social layers, and this makes it very difficult to reach a consensus. And Brazil needs consensus. So problems in other countries where solutions are found easily, here takes quite a while. People say that we are procrastinating, not always, because to find consensus is difficult. To find a solution that is permanent, that goes from one government to another, is difficult. So this is one of the characteristics. The third one is that we are very rich in food, energy, and water. And the world goes into war because of these three products. And we have this capacity of feeding 1 billion people per year, this enormous energy flexibility with an energy grid that is clean compared to the other countries. And the amount of water that we have. The world is facing serious water problems. And this is at the same time a factor of strength and a vulnerability. And the fourth aspect is that we are far from everybody. Brazil, we say that after Brazil, only Mars. So this separation of Brazil for the great economic centers and also the great centers of conflict as well. There is a belt of conflict that goes from the Mediterranean to the Far East, where all the wars are happening: Ukraine, Middle East, Iran, Iraq, India, China, Korea, all those confusions. They're there. Brazil is so far from that region, and this is a factor of tranquility. But at the same time, we are far from the economic centers. And with energy transition, and then going back to the topic, energy should rise in prices. The new forms of energy, at least in the beginning, will be more expensive than the fossil fuels. So we will have this situation where to take our products to China, to Europe, will be more expensive than it is today. And this, we will have our competitors with a certain advantage over this. For instance, the distance between Itaki with iron ore until China is 3 times longer than the distance of Australia taking the same iron ore to China. This is a concern because when the energy becomes more expensive, freight will become more expensive. We will lose our competitive edge. And the same problem we have in digital transition, for instance. So we don't have enemies, but we don't have armed forces either that can defend us in the case of a crisis. And we will be called in this context to take a position. Our diplomacy will need a lot of competency to maintain a balance, avoiding Brazil to commit itself into situations where it's not good to Brazil to take these positions. So this is a big challenge in the future. And in the area of the armed forces, we will need a minimum capacity of being sufficiently strong so that nobody said, no, we are not going to bring you to fight with them. It's better to solve in a different way. So you need to be strong enough so that an adversary or enemy eventual one try to find a solution for the problems in a different way. And here we have a hybrid war too. More and more we see other forms of making your adversary to bend to your will. Cyber war is an example, right? Either with governments or criminal groups. We saw the pipelines in America because of hackers. They had big problems. Portugal also remained one day on a standstill and then downtime. They didn't have energy, they didn't have water, they didn't have internet. These are problems that had happened. Everything went to a downtime because of an electric problem. So this kind of a threat, which is not military, but involves lack of information, the war of different versions of gossip. We destroy the capacity of fighting of a country. We destroy governments. We get a society and places it in a state of self depreciation with a good use of service of misinformation, with fake news, with rumors, and we Brazilians, we are extremely vulnerable because we like a social network. I believe no other countries is so addicted to sell into social networks as Brazilians. And this makes us very influenced of what leaves our cell phones. And this is a problem in society can make a good campaign of disinformation, and this can make us reach a state of defeat, of pessimism, without any reason. We wave to what we don't want to do. So Brazil, in this point, has many points of strength to help in this pool of innovation and technology that we see here. How many ideas, many new things happening, and this is very good. And Brazilian is a person. We are a creative people. We have to move on in this area, but we have to take care of our vulnerabilities because there are people thinking on how they can attack us on that. I know this is not a topic that has a lot to do with the industry innovation, but is a concern because can impact a lot our industrial revolution and our evolution or in a country that wants to have a more fair and developed society to meet more the interest of our people. Thank you very much.
I will now turn the floor over to Mônica Sodré. Thank you very much, Pedro. Good afternoon to all. Pedro, we are the 4 people that are standing between lunch, right? So I'll try to be as brief as possible. and I'll be mindful of your request for keeping to the time. Today, I am responsible for an organization that supports decision makers in the area of decarbonization of the economy. It's not a very palatable topic, and it's not also easy to understand, but I try to bring politicians and business men and women into the same room to discuss these areas. So I would like to share some notes about the scenario the Admiral has talked about, and that will become routine from now on. Starting with geopolitics, my sensation is that will be in even more uncertain times where geopolitics will be part of the air we breathe. Just like at the time of COVID, in which we knew everything about the details of different vaccines, we will be knowledgeable about wars and conflicts much more than in the past, because wars and conflicts will become more recurring. In this fragmented world, this will be part of the routine. And faced with this, we believe that cooperation will change hands because power is changing hands. And I think that there is an important aspect in relation to the climate agenda. As a scientist, I always thought that would be marching towards fewer emissions because of the world has shown us. Scientists know that the world is warming up, and I thought that progressive conscience and awareness about the carbon crisis would dominate hearts and minds. But this is not what we have seen. What we have seen in recent years is that the climate is no longer an issue related to ecology or ideology. It's now part of the economic and development agenda of different countries. And I think that Brazil is still stuck in an agenda of the fight against deforestation, which is, of course, very relevant, but not enough. What I'm trying to say here is that we have to change the tone from decarbonization, seen as emissions of carbon, as and shift this to the competitiveness of our industry, because the climate is now a non-trade barrier. When we talk about the carbon adjustment tariff, what we are saying is that our iron, our steel could become less competitive internationally. This is the type of measure that's become more recurring. So it's a very difficult time, but also very interesting, because finally we can leapfrog in the agenda, because it's now becoming an economic problem that could hurt our competitiveness. Well, confronted with this, I cannot ignore that in spite of everything scientists know about, we still fossil fuels representing 80% of the sources for energy in the world. The scientific knowledge has not really translated into action yet. So we need to discuss capturing value in the chains. This is what's going to make a difference in the future. So basically, we're talking about capturing value in technology, in resources, and in innovation. And this is exactly where Brazil could step in. The climate will be about, who detains technology resources. Brazil is bountiful in this area, and about establishing the rules for the 21st century rules. Well, Brazil is not present in many of the rooms where these decisions are made. Recently, I was talking from a high level leader from agribusiness, and I told him, I understand that Europe imposes an agenda against deforestation because the laws in Europe are really very strict in this sense. But I don't understand how Brazil, the largest food supplier together with China, the largest buyer of food in the world, have not set their own sustainability and climate standards. The moment these two get together to determine what sustainability is, the new standards, I think that this will be, something that will turn the tables. This means that the fragmented world has barred access, and there are new rooms being created. So bilateral cooperation now have a fundamental role, and the new rules of the game are now being rewritten. Just to final remarks, having natural resources that attract the world in its decarbonization process is a good point, but it's not enough. For 500 years, Brazil has been an extractivist country that has not really leaped in productivity, thinking of the whole, thinking of all people. Having natural capital, this is very important. But unfortunately, technology for transforming solar power into energy is held by the Chinese. There are many bottlenecks and many bets that we need to make so that finally we'll arrive at the future differently. And finally, what should we do? Well, three things. First of all, having a more ambitious foreign policy. If the world is changing, the fora for negotiation are changing, we need to establish new alliances. If we are the ones who hold strategic minerals together with Congo, Indochina, and Australia, why are we not setting the prices and the speed of supply? So we need a policy for attracting investment and industrial policy that will be reflected by our foreign policy as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Monica. I would like to address questions to our three speakers now. And after that, we'll close our session. Firstly, Danielle, Professor Prata, the head of Embrapi, well, he knows that the board of our directors has always been concerned whenever there is an impact. Are we really making a difference? Is the huge amount of projects led by companies, led by corporations that come and talk to Embrapi, are they being transformed in new processes or more efficient products? Are they really driving productivity in corporations? Or are they improving products and services? We heard some staggering numbers today. We've been stifled by tens of millions or many mentions to billions of BRL that are earmarked by BNDES and FINEP and other institutions linked to the Brazilian Ministry of Technology and Innovation. Now, the question is, to what extent these investments, both in industry and in technology and innovation, to what extent these investments will overhaul the position, the competitive position of Brazilian industry? I think that MCTI, the ministry, and the government should be very cautious when choosing instruments that will really make a difference at the end of the day, that will enhance the position of our industry, and that will reflect in more jobs, more tax collection, among other elements. So since you are the only representative of the government sitting in the panel with us, how do you view the role of the government? What can the government do to measure and also enhance competitiveness for Brazilian industry? A great question, Pedro. Thank you for asking this. I would like to mention a few initiatives that we are engaged in to reach that scenario. As a scientist, and I have the honor of being a professor in Senai Cimatec Bahia, which is part of the S system. I am always very keen on assessing causes, and my team is here, and they will confirm what I say. When I said we should really focus on the well-being law, and then I asked one day, does it really work? Does this act create results? And then according to the latest figures, 42 billion invested, 22 billion in tax waived, etc. So the big numbers do not really answer my question. Does it really work, this act? First of all, you have to consider its origin, its cause. It was created to lead to a certain outcome. In Article 17, it says the law will create innovation and more cooperation in Brazilian services and products. Are we measuring this? Really? No, we aren't. So this was one of my concerns from the very beginning. And here I have, the good fortune to say that we are starting to measure this, because unless we analyze the impact of the measures we're taking, we cannot make adjustments. Or even we cannot, for example, eliminate a law if it doesn't work. So what I'm trying to say is that we should really gauge the real impact of a law. We have several initiatives, right? TICS, the Lei do Bem, Embrapa, FINEP, etc. Several millions and several billion of BRL. And if we don't know how the mechanisms interact, we'll be spending millions in regulated R&D from gas and from NL. Now there is a huge potential in critical minerals that hasn't been really assessed, because mapping right now only covers 27% of the Brazilian territory, and we're the second largest in rare earth potential. If we map out everything, maybe we could be the top source in rare minerals. And the rare minerals add 20 times more value than other resources. So what we have proposed is that, as part of the measures that are, under the umbrella of the Lei do Bem, next week, actually, we're going to have the initial milestone of the observatory for the fostering of innovation. This is a partnership with Fraunhofer Institute in Germany and CGE, in which we'll analyze the impact of innovation-driven policies in the world. So CNI has already embarked on this project. So with this partnership, we'll assess the impact of the TICS law and the Lei do Bem, which are the two main tax breaks that are geared to innovation. And we'll also sign another law. And with ANEL, we are still beginning conversations, and we want to have a way of evaluating impact. We want to evaluate impacts in an integrated way, because for now we don't know how much risk is being shared between the government and corporate initiatives. We don't know if Petrobras is using the regulated R&D, and if this is submitted in Embrapi and also in the Lei do Bem, and we don't really know how much of these funds are being shared with the government. How out of the 100% of the project, how much is being shouldered by the government? And we don't know individually what the impact of each of these measures is. Unless we conduct a systemic evaluation, we cannot really tell what the impact of these measures are. For example, in job generation, in driving competitiveness, in improving productivity. Indeed, there are many important variables behind the policies that were created. Therefore, this is one of our initiatives, and what I know is that we have reactivated the data office in the ministry to perform these evaluations also in the ministry as a whole, covering not only innovation, but also science, technology, and innovation. We also have FinTech. We haven't had it since 2017, and we'll get the results next year. So there are many, many initiatives that are being integrated so that we can properly assess the impacts. So we will be making the necessary adjustments so that the instruments really bring us the outcomes that were intended when the instruments were created. Well, I have a little bit of a provocation here. Along your long career, you headed you were the chairman of Petrobras. So something that we always talk about in Brazil is our future energy matrix. Maybe you could say a few words about this, considering the potential for higher oil production, especially in the equatorial basin. And also you could also tell us a little bit about our nuclear potential and other renewable energies, of which Brazil is a very important source.
So the challenge is very big, right? We don't have a replacement for the diesel engine, right? Nothing to replace the truck diesel engine. We have electric car, but when we get to the diesel engine, even the ships, a lot is being looked for, but without a solution. So the fossil fuel in the past 20, 25 years has dropped from 80 something to 76. I believe only 4 points of the participation of the fossil fuel in the energy grid. So it's a problem. Climate change is there, global warmth is, and the fossil fuel is something that we cannot find a replacement for without causing a huge revolution. We don't even know about starvation and any other problems that the elimination of fossil fuel might bring, perhaps a midterm after going from coal and oil then to gas, and then we evolved to uranium, that other thing that Brazil has. We have many reserves in the uranium, but everything is on a downtime for 15 years. And we have to solve this, right? Is the problem of the lack of consensus. But these are challenges to be met. Climate change is there to solve. But certain technical solutions are not found. So this Congress perhaps helps us to find innovations because the wind energy, solar energy, very interesting, growing a lot, but not enough to decrease so much the consumption of fossil fuel. And at night, this is a problem that we haven't solved. And when there is no wind, the batteries They are so incipient, and perhaps in the level that we need to have. Somebody mentioned, an expert, that if the whole world changed to electrical car, we would need twice the national production of electricity, twice as much, and it wouldn't be still enough. So all the electrical cars become powered. So it's up to us to solve what to do, and Brazil has pre-salt oil, we have the equatorial margin, and the ecological problems, actually. They are totally controllable. It's a potential source to Brazil. We have wind energy, solar energy, bio energy, but the technical problems haven't been solved until now. I'm going to stop to give her a chance to speak. Monica, you mentioned the importance of the role of diplomacy in Brazil to define standards or redefine them in terms of sustainability. You also mentioned a little bit about value capture. This brings me to ask you about how do you see the role of commodities? Because some commodities here in Brazil that are competitive, oil, pulp and paper, soy, iron ore, if we go through the value chain, many times the next points of the value chain generate still a small value. So where do we produce the wealth? In mining or in refining of oil? Is it in mining? Even lithium, the concentrate sold by Brazil is a huge value-added product. And the next step, the value adding is very small. At the end of the chain in the battery, perhaps it's a little more. But we have to think about that. So we still have a lot to move ahead, even in the forest and the agribusiness, where we can add value doing the certain commodities, so-called, more intensive scientifically. So soy is a product of technology, right? Much more a product of technology than of the land. And how do you see this balance between this search of this myth where we always have to move further in the chain against the vision where commodities well done, technologically intensive, can represent a path to adding value to the long term? Well, I think this is a very relevant point. The Chinese domination concerning the mining of some ores that you said is around 90%. To compete with that, very difficult, especially in the chains of minerals. And if Brazil, the world is looking for energy. We would do that since the world was big, and we are trying to use everything, energy, electrification, with artificial intelligence. What we are creating is a scenario of new dependencies. And actually, the exchange of the fossil fuel by the intensiveness of minerals needed for energy transition doesn't make this the world kinder with nature. That's why my criticism in the beginning when I talked about carbon is relevant, but there are other points to consider for a low carbon economy. The second point is in the case of minerals, there are still studies lacking to see what is possible to develop. We need investment, trade agreements that are being introduced or announced. Now, we will talk about rare earth because it's the well-known name, but we still have several agreements being announced, several in generic aspects without much context. So it's essential that these agreements include technology transfer and investments to the country. But this is a new topic, and Secretary, I don't know if because we only map 27% of the national territory about this scale is a super problem to us because everybody knows that we have. We don't know all the details, but I believe we raised these data the other day about researchers in Brazil in the area of minerals, and this has skyrocketed in the past few months. So we need studies. It's not in everything that where we will be competitive. We cannot develop a chain in everything, but in the case of minerals, everyone has its own particularity. So I agree with you that there are cases on where probably it won't be possible, but so many others where we don't know. And here we need a policy of the state. This is the state role. The state has to orchestrate the chain for a good production of value. Thank you. I would like to thank very much here. Very interesting panel. We could stay here easily with many interesting things for more another hour. But as Monica mentioned in the beginning, we have here lunch. I would like to thank very much the presence of the three participants in this panel, to thank the attention of you all. Thank you very much. We thank the guests and the moderator for their contributions, the participation of you all, and we invite you all so that in this lunch break to visit our exhibit in this journey of innovation that went through Brazil. At 2:15 this afternoon, we will return with two stages. There is a food court at the lower floor that you can use and then return at 2:15. Thank you very much. See you this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I hope that you enjoyed this break to make new connections and also to visit our exhibit area. And I really hope that you continue to enjoy our event this afternoon. So we're now going to resume the afternoon program of the first day of the 11th Industry Innovation Congress. This event is being organized by the National Confederation of Industry, CNI, and the Brazilian Service of Micro and Small Enterprises Support. And it's an initiative of May, Business Mobilization for Innovation. And we also have the support of the Social Service of Industry, SESI, National Service for Industrial Learning, SENAI, the Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation from Brazil, and we also count on the diamond support of Embrapi, Brazilian Company for Industrial Research and Innovation, and of reusable materials and compensation actions. We inform you that both stages have simultaneous translation service. So if you need, you can use the headsets that will be available from the entrance of the auditorium. Throughout the panels, there will be interaction with the audience. The questions will be received through the QR code displayed on the screen. All you have to do is point your mobiles and submit your questions along the panels. If there is enough time, of course, we'll entertain your questions. So now we are resuming with the panel Human Capital in the Ecological and Digital Transition, Agile Training, Upskilling and Reskilling. The transition, the green and digital transition does not happen without people. Agile training, professional reskilling, and the development of new skills are key to sustaining productive transformation. How to prepare the workforce for this new industrial cycle? For this debate, we would like to call to the stage the CEO of IXL Center, Hitendra Patel. The VP of Negotiation for Public Institutions of Positivo Technology, Marielva Andrade Dias. The VP of Business for Public Institutions of Positivo Technology, Marielva Andrade Dias, FGV Professor Philip Earle. And the moderator of this panel will be the Superintendent of Yale, Sara Saldanha. Over to you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all participants. Thank you very much for attending this session in which we'll discuss human capital. Of course, for me as a moderator, I have a huge responsibility of moderating for this team of experts that will lead us along this reflection, considering the hurdles faced by the Brazilian business community to reconcile human development, upskilling, reskilling with the strategies that will drive the competitiveness of our business in Brazil. In this session, we'll talk about the different visions of each of our panel members. We already started the warm-up in backstage, talking about different views, but we'll also address future challenges. My name is Sara Saldanha. I am the EL Superintendent, which is one of the industrial service organizations. We dedicate to the development ourselves to the development of careers and the connection of human capital. So to begin our chat, I would like to ask the panelists to give us an overview in around 5 minutes about your thoughts on the theme. In which sense do you think that human capital can lever our business? So I'll ask Professor Patel to Nitendra to begin. By the way, on Monday, I would like to thank him because he was with us in Boston and he really made a point of participating in this innovation Congress. Professor? Thank you very much, Professor Patel. I'll invite Mari to join us here. She's going to give us the perspective of humans, right? Humans at the center. How can humans become leading actors in this development? Good afternoon to all. It's an honor for me to participate in this panel on human capital, the ecological and transition. I would like to thank SESI for this opportunity. We know that development is never single a single initiative. It's very important that collaboration occurs for us to really reach sustainable outcomes. These are challenging times. Technology is posing a challenge. For 34 years, I've worked for Positivo Technology. I'm responsible for service to public institutions. So when we talk about human capital, what are we talking about except ourselves, human beings? Human beings have faced many, many challenges in their evolution. The problem is not the existence of challenges, but rather the attitude in which you confront them. So I've worked for 10 years in civil construction as a civil engineer. I own my building company. And later, I joined Positivo Technology, a 100% Brazilian company dedicated to technology. So you may well imagine what a huge challenge it was. But what really made a difference for us is the way we confronted challenges. Today, the world is faced with the speed of changes in technology, which creates new ways of doing business, communicating. And this is the problem at hand that we have to face. I think that human beings are very emotional. And because of that, first of all, I think that we have to develop some self knowledge. Emotion sometimes becomes our Achilles heel. Sometimes you may lose everything because you let your emotions take control. So we have to develop continuously. We have to know about LLMs and how they work so that we can really give out our best, but in symbiosis with technology, because human beings who cannot extract the best out of technology will end up losing to other human beings who were able to capitalize on this opportunity. This is, a challenge. I believe that upskilling and reskilling, which are the topics of our debate, are very important, but they are much more than just developing new competencies. It's really a way of identifying yourself as a professional. So once we become knowledgeable about ourselves, once we know what makes us happy, and when we learn the agile way of doing things, which is uh, basically learning what you need to learn to deliver your best, well, you need to be in a state of flow. You have to be happy doing what you do in life. Work should not be a burden, it should be pleasurable. And once you reach that stage, you'll be able to deliver on the transformation society needs, even in the exponential technology era. That's great. That's great. Thank you. So, individuals should invest on continuous learning and they have to move towards knowledge. Now, Professor Philip, could you please give us your take on the challenges and the future outlook? Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to contribute with this panel. A highly sophisticated Congress. Well, for Brazil, human capital and innovation are key. They are the pillars. I would like to start with an economic uh, scenario discussion because Brazil has achieved quite a lot in the area of higher education. In the past, only 6% of the adult population in Brazil had access and completed their higher education. Now, this number has climbed to 18%. So, in just one generation, which is relatively not too much time, Brazil was able to increase by 3 times the number of graduates in Brazil. Of course, this doesn't solve all the problems. There are other considerations we have to make, especially considering industry. Firstly, not all workers should have higher education. There's a strong need for vocational education and even lower levels of education for industry to run smoothly. Secondly, among the people with higher education, there's a strong misalignment between the occupations they could have and what they actually do. For example, somebody could get a diploma and they won't be getting a promotion. So this shows that we are actually losing some potential, and there is a misalignment between the supply and demand of professionals in the labor market. And finally, many people finish their education at a very young age because they finish school, then they start college, and they just join the labor market. But this is just a small percentage of the population. There's a much higher chance that people who are already in the job market, when confronted with changes driven by technology, it's important to worry about them, worry about their qualifications, even if they're in gainful employment.
So the question is how to requalify these people as they're working. So we have to think about other possibilities and other challenges that we could discuss during this panel. And before we take the questions, it's also worth mentioning, as Marialva said, the theory of human capital, which says that whenever you need to increase your educational level, this requires investment. And the first step lies with the individual. The individual needs to make an investment. They may be studying at a public university for free, but nevertheless, they're dedicating their time that they could be dedicating to something else. So, in addition to transportation costs and all of the other expenses, they're also dedicating their time. And the second aspect is the company. If the individual is already working, but they want to get further trained, not necessarily with higher education, that also requires investment on the part of the company because they need to decrease the number of working hours and let the employee study, not to mention contributions in terms of paying their monthly fees as they're studying. But the human capital theory is also very clear in that these investments bring about very positive returns for the rest of the lives of these individuals. So if there is a perfect match between the individual and the position, that should be done. In addition to that, there's also positive effects that are spread throughout society because more qualified people end up paying more taxes and contributing to society in several other ways. So we can also think about how to best qualify people with this level of education. In the second round, a few important elements appeared in our conversation. The importance of individuals in the educational process. Professor Philip talked about the perspective of the partnership with companies and how companies can contribute to the education of individuals. And Professor Hitendra talked about the perspective of the network in terms of doing it in connection with the knowledge centers. But I'm going to launch a provocation. If we had the opportunity to build a roadmap for the future, our panel, its background is our challenge in terms of aligning the human capital and the disruptive transformations faced by the industry, energy transformation, the challenges of incorporating AI in an environment that's able to foster the continued development of our human capital on behalf of the industry's competitiveness. So, all right, my challenge to you is, if we had to start this roadmap now, thinking about the challenges, what steps could it take to speed up the development of our human capital in the business and industrial sector of Brazil? Can we start with Mari, please? Sure. Well, picking up on what Professor Philip said, I'll give you an example of Positivo technology. Positivo is investing 3 weekly hours for each individual to dedicate that time to learn about AI. And we don't simply ask them to study. We prepared a script, a roadmap to make it easier for them to understand what to focus on. And they really have to dedicate those 3 hours to their learning process, which should not only be theoretical, it should be practical, involve exercises, make connections with other companies that are using AI in their daily activities in terms of how to develop agents and how to use these agents. So these first steps need to be taken in order for us to be able to bring about faster results for the organizations, because what really matters for our daily activities are our results. And we understand that AI is bringing about such productivity that people who do not adhere to it will be left out. So digital literacy and understanding what the technology is about, what it can do, what it does, that's extremely important, as well as understanding what's being produced in the market. That's a huge, huge challenge, because as Hitender said, we are organic beings. AI is a non-organic being. It doesn't need a rest or stop or take care of their families. We have everyday issues and we need our rest, right? So we have to understand what the technology is about before we're able to use it efficiently. Philip, where can we start? I mean, if we had to think very boldly, think about the challenge of speeding up the process of qualifying human capital, where can we start? I think that we have to think about the partnerships between students and companies with the existing educational agents. We need to make it easier for people to study as they're working at the same time, with the assistance of private companies and with the assistance of the public sector. So that's something that we still have to see. Technical training can be aligned with the demands of the industry, but it happens in isolation. Many other countries, in many other countries, people study for 2 days a week and work for 3 days a week. And once they've completed their studies, they'll keep on working for the same company where they're going to apply their knowledge. And going back to higher education, that was only brought to life due to massive investments, public investments, which were concentrated mostly on higher education. But now maybe we should think about focusing on vocational learning, create more opportunities for people to reduce their workload as they work, or by having other ways to, let's say, to pay for their costs. FIES and other programs were extremely successful, but they're not applied to the technical vocational level. That was great, Philip. I would like to ask Professor Hitendra to talk about the future. Please help us look at the future of the development of human capital as an industry development lever. Where to start?
Your direction is always right. It finds you better ways to get there, multiple pathways. And we move from uncertainty to certainty. That's AI. AI has more data, more dots, that you can connect them together in multiple ways to be able to guarantee you almost a correct answer every single time. So we're moving from uncertainty to certainty, right? That's the message I want to make. Now imagine, the question was, how do you start? I think you can start from the top, in the middle, and the bottom of a company. But starting at the top is always most effective. The leaders. Now, with AI, you have to now use it to be able to maybe predict the future. In the old days, you do a scenario of the future, one scenario, maybe two scenarios, and maybe four, and then you get tired. AI never gets tired. You can take multiple trends and create multiple scenarios that every single scenario that could happen can be imagined and documented. Now, if you have all the scenarios, you can look through the scenarios to kind of see what's most likely, probabilistically. And therefore, we move from uncertainty to certainty. So from the leader's side, imagine if every industry leader, imagine every CEO of a company creates future imaginations of what the company could do next. What does that require? It requires the use of AI. It requires the CEOs to take some time off to challenge the scenarios. And it gives you a way to see the future. Now, in that future, you might find something interesting to execute. Again, at the next level of the managers who do the execution, what can you do? Well, you take the initiative or the idea, and now you can use AI agents. One of them could be a customer, one of them could be a competitor, one of them could be a supplier, and you put your idea in the middle, and you ask the agents to argue and fight why they don't like it. And out comes some answers. Now you iterate the idea to make it better, and you bring it back to the AI agents, which means that down the road, every idea will be rubber tested, pressure tested to be good. The future of ideas is no longer risk. You are going to have highly qualified ideas which can be tested for a very low cost, right? So now we can see more of the world. Now we can do more testing for a lower cost. And then you got to implement those ideas. Well, how do you implement those ideas? Well, most likely, if it's new for your company, you don't have the resources or the competencies to do it. Well, with AI, you got the whole world available to you. The observatories that you're putting together. You can find competencies to help you do things. And AI will be able to help you do all of that. So now we step back. What is AI? AI is going to make every one of you Superman or Superwoman. AI is going to make you work like 1,000 people while you can make your coffee and drink while you probe it to work harder. And those companies and those countries which will embrace this are going to move 1,000 times faster. And for the first time, this technology is available to you, to all of you. And therefore, we can democratize this, but now the choice is yours. Are you going to grab it and push it for what it can do for you? And I think the time is now. The Brazilian cost is gone. There is no Brazil cost anymore. And you should be able to win. The Brazilian giant needs to wake up.
Começamos então a construir o nosso roadmap aqui com essas pesquisas.
So we started building our roadmap with these perspectives. And my question to you, Philip, is how can we understand how the connection between the teaching institutions happen, between them and the human capital? You talked about technical training, but is there high-end knowledge being generated by the knowledge centers that could and should be even further connected to the development of human capital in the business sector? Is that a subject for our roadmap? Is that a concern that we should bring to our table? I believe so. We definitely need more partnerships across every level, especially if we think about innovation. There are a few technological farms that try to build this bridge, but there was also a previous panel talking about how to create a partnership between universities where they do research and the development of products and how to put all that into practice and to have it go through the and visa approval processes and bureaucratic processes. So in whatever way we are able to facilitate the construction of this type of bridge and further integrate the learning institutions and research centers and companies, that'll be helpful. And going back to the original example that I mentioned about higher integration. Work itself doesn't have to be about research and innovation. That's one thing. But many companies do not do research. Not all companies will invest in research and development. Not every company has enough money for that. There are many mid-sized and small companies whose reality is different. They're only willing to exist and sell their services or common products. And these companies can and should follow the progress of technology and be up to par with it. So if these mid-sized and small companies, if they're able to update the training of their workforce, that in and of itself will be a huge progress. Of course, that's a long way ahead and nothing's guaranteed. And going back to the previous speech, we talked about, discussing this. I would say that it's not that trivial for every company to work with AI because you need to do an in-depth monitoring of all your steps. If you're a positivo, for instance, that's easier to do than if your reality is different and if not everything is digital. So, if in order for us to really let AI monitor people and to say, well, this person needs to get updated on this or that, and this is not working, or this is working. AI needs all that. And so that's a previous step, which will take some time, which is digitalization inside companies. That's perfect, Philip. Thank you. And Mari, my question to you is about the perspective of culture. Of course, continued education, upskilling, and skilling of our collaborators requires willingness of individuals. How can we transform the organization culture on behalf of this agenda? And also from the perspective of smaller companies, what actions can be adopted for this continued education culture to become a part of the culture of Brazilian organizations and industries? Well, we've been small. When I joined Positivo, I was the 18th worker to join the company, and now we're more than 9,000. Over the course of my 34 years working there, we went through several different stages, building this big company that it is now, and going through lots of challenges. And one big learning point happened whenever we have to make change or make transformation happen, we need to place human beings at the center of the equation. And I went through the experience of implementing lean manufacturing at our plants. And I understand that this is more or less the same experience that we have to face now if we're willing to implement AI. Of course, the top-down process needs to occur, as Professor Hitendra said, in that there must be guidance, there must be a sponsor inside a company. If the high management defines that, okay, we are going to implement AI, we want for everybody to learn and study it, that's one major guideline. And we have to start small. So what are we doing? We're setting up small hubs, small working groups, and looking at the low-hanging fruits that can be implemented. And if it's not working, they can be corrected. Just like we implemented the lean mindset at the plant. I actually made a big mistake. I'd started with posters, trying to engage everybody, but no. I saw that first I had to engage one team and show them the results that team was able to deliver by using the methodology. And then the other groups started looking at that and started to think, well, I can do that. I can do better than that. And that, of course, woke up the competitiveness in everybody. And that's the same with AI. Now we have groups working, developing their agents, showing what's being done in each department. And they keep looking at what each other is doing, and they keep talking about the opportunities they have. So I think we shouldn't wait to do something good. We need to do something good every day before we're able to finally do something great. That's from Mother Teresa, but it applies to real life every day in everything that we do. That was great. And picking up on AI and digital transformation, which is what Mari talked about, I want to ask Professor Hitendra, what are these competencies that are directly related to the incorporation of AI into our businesses? Are we talking about hard versus soft skills? What are these competencies that need to be thought out in order for us to develop this future, Professor?
AI is going to become easy for everybody to use. Every single day, it gets easier and easier for you to be able to use it. It's going to be like PowerPoint. It's going to be like Excel. It's going to be a tool that everybody can use anywhere. The skills required for AI is the ability to understand what job has to be done. You need to know what job you want to do, and you train the AI agent to do that job. And then you provide it the data for it to make decisions from. And if it doesn't do a good job, you say train yourself and keep on learning. So the thing here is just like a junior employee, AI can be trained to become better and better into what it needs to be done. So that doesn't change your skill sets. What you need to understand is AI can do a lot of the things that you are doing, and you can actually start training AI agents to do more of it. Let me just step back. AI is the great equalizer. This allows a company in the Kalahari Desert in South Africa to compete with a company in the US. If you have AI, those LLM models and everything else, you should be able to do the same thing as a university doing research at MIT or at Witwatersrand in South Africa. Same sort of stuff is available to you now. Therefore, knowledge is becoming flat, right? Now, what's the difference? No longer is it going to be a race for knowledge, it's going to be a race for speed. Those who are going to go fast. And those who go fast are going to win. And I have a famous word which I use all the time. To go fast, you got to go pali, which means fast. And fast is the basis of competition now. Now, in that fast, what do you have to pay attention to? What are the initiatives you want to go after? And I really like what Maria talked about, what they're doing at Positivo. They're doing great things there. But what I want you to do, and I want Positivo to do also, is do more. Aim to be global. Natura went global. Ambraya went global. Vale went global. And when you go global, now you dream bigger and you imagine more. Are you dreaming? Are you imagining more? Because you have the tools. You have the AI tools to be able to do whatever you want to do now. And you have the AI tools to be able to find the partners who can help you get it done. So no longer are you stuck somewhere in a small town in Joinville in Santa Catarina. You are part of the global economy, and LLM models makes you equal, but you will win if you go fast and if you imagine big.
Muito bom. Uma pergunta colocada recorrentemente que eu acho que fica na nossa cabeça.
I have a question here that is really on our minds all the time. Who is the big mobilizer? Who is the agent for transformation in companies? I'm talking about leaders. What's the role of leaders in this transformation process? I think this is a question that I addressed to the three panelists. And speaking of leadership, we also have smaller companies in Brazil. So in which ways can leaders be more than a sponsor, but really motivators of transformation? of our human capital. I believe that leaders have to be inspiring and they have to set the example. I'm always encouraging my team to read and to learn. I often say that we are human beings, that we need to be in top shape, not only physically, but also emotionally, so that we can really deliver our best. And as an example of this, showing that the company is motivated by a purpose, I think this is the best way of obtaining their engagement. When you believe that you're part of something bigger than yourself, and when you notice that this is a safe environment in which you can, try things out, and then this is really the optimal situation, and it's not going to be a higher paycheck that's going to motivate you. It's seeing that your team is really doing fantastic work. Well, I am reminded of a study that I did last year in cooperation with CNI on a more productive Brazil. I think that this program is very well thought out. A new element was added to the program, which is education. Before it was like, shop floor consulting on, on how to add more productivity, but now they have made changes, and they're not focusing on providing education to everyone. They're just choosing 5 people, and with this you create leaders. They understand what needs to be done for the company to become more productive and less wasteful. So of course we wanted the training program to have, repercussions so that they could be replicated. However, there's another point. In principle, for the leaders really to have an impact, it's important that the other employees are ready to follow the example. So it's important to choose wisely. You have to find the people who are willing to learn and to develop in their careers. Okay, so Mari talked about leaders as an inspiration. Philip really talked about, the importance of having trainers, like train the trainers, situational leaders. And I would like to ask Professor Hitendra, what is the role of leadership in this environment of technology experimentation and innovation? What is the role of leaders in an environment where innovation is part of the way of thinking about business?
Thank you for the question. We follow leaders. That's why we call them leaders, right? And if leaders act in a certain way, we'll do exactly what they do. They are our role models. If you as leaders do not push for AI or technology, your company will not do that. So leaders have to be the ones to see that future of what's next and what else. Those leaders have to sell that future of what's next, what else. And they also have to show what's next, what else. So I think every one of you leaders should think about putting on your agenda of your staff meeting, innovation/AI. When you have your weekly meeting, just put on there on the agenda. Don't worry whether you have content or not. Just put one of the agenda item is innovation/AI. That makes it important for you. It makes it important for your executive team, and then everybody else will come up with things to do. But on this AI journey that I want to, and technology journey that we are on, this is the first time I feel that we're not just running, we're sprinting. We're moving very fast. And we cannot go slow. I worry that our high schools and our universities will not get the students ready in time for the AI revolution that's happening right now. So we can't wait for the graduates. It's the people in the company that you got to get prepared as quickly as possible. When Google stopped using AI and ChatGPT came out, the CEO of Google said, I want 40% of your time on AI, of all his engineers, 40%. He says, I don't care, this is the future. 40% of every engineer's time was put on AI just to tell everybody that AI is here and we are part of it. And he called it a code red. Right? So my suggestion over here from the leaders, live it, breathe it, show it, share it, and build an AI agent for yourself, or have on your executive team an AI agent who's a director of AI, who comes to your meetings.
Muito bom.
Thank you very much. We're reaching the end of our conversation. I would like to get your final remarks. What are the points that, in your perspective, are the most remarkable ones, thinking of transformation? And finally, by 2030, where will we be, considering that continuous learning and and constant training of our employees, and this partnership between individuals, corporations, and the environment? It could be government, for example, which is something we touched on. So how will we be by 2030? I would love to hear your thoughts. Okay, 2030. I can imagine that by then technology will be a commodity. As Professor Hitendra said, everybody will use AI broadly. So it's going to be about the speed of learning and relearning, always with human beings at the center. I believe that discipline and awareness are going to be key in the transformations we need to create in ourselves and in society. We don't transform anybody, we just show our own transformation to others. So when we understand that there are moments in which we can be toxic leaders and that we need to review this and rethink this because we could be affecting other people, then of course we need to change. And discipline is important because it's through changed habits that will transform ourselves. And this has to be a disciplined, steady process. We have only 24 hours in each day and we need to compete with AI. So how can we live up to really be able to compete? We have to save time for reading, for our self-development, to keep up with the news. Once again, human beings are responsible for being protagonists in their own lives. Knowledge today is accessible to all and it's very, very affordable. So you have to choose what you're going to do with your free time. Are you going to spend your day on TikTok watching useless videos, or are you going to choose or take a little more effort to study or to develop knowledge to further your purpose? I'm not saying you should study just for the sake of studying. You need to really put knowledge in practice. This is the biggest challenge. At a certain point in my career, I said, well, I've learned so much, so many methodologies. For example, Porter's methodology. I was thinking the different tools I learned in academia, and then the penny dropped. I said to myself, you have to put everything into practice, everything you've learned, because these are methodologies that are tried and tested. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. All you have to do is to apply the knowledge to your daily work. And this is wisdom. This is going to help companies grow with the contribution of all, create different teams with different profiles, because with diversity, we foster innovation and high performance. I believe that I think that leaders should really promote, a state of well-being. Firstly, mental health, but this shouldn't be a responsibility that you delegate to the institution. The company could perhaps fund studying, but it's up to each individual to have this awareness and to take their own transformation into their hands. So what will we be like by 2030? Thinking of capital, human capital, I think that Brazil will have taken another step forward, more education for all, also in vocational, and also we'll see educational tracks that are more flexible, such as distance learning. You don't need to spend 1 or 2 years studying to get a diploma. So AI is a great leveler, and sometimes you need quick updates. A short program, 40 hours, could be enough to overcome a certain barrier. So in my perspective, people will be more selective, and they will know that I don't need a big program. I just have to focus on some modules or some smaller programs. Also, well, productivity didn't increase much in the last 2 decades. But I think that in the future this will be better, because there are two great levers. First of all, AI, and secondly, the green economy. Brazil has huge potential in this area. And if we invest in education, we can really make a difference. Also, skilling up enough professionals so that IT, digitalization, and other areas can blossom and transform Brazil, so that Brazil can really occupy an important position in the world stage, instead of being just a commodities provider. Thank you. I think we're right on track for that. What about you, Professor Hintendra? 2030, what's your belief? What are we going to see in the area of challenges for the human capital, and also thinking of what Professor Philip has just said, a global scenario, and in terms of human development, how will we fare?
I think 2030 is going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Actually, imagine every CEO or every industry head of any industry, every CEO has got already a booklet of what the future looks like. A vision to see what the companies will be doing 5 years and 10 years ahead. They've got a clear path of what the future looks like. AI will help you make that happen. Imagine now in their initiatives that you identify that you want to do, whether it's green, with energy, with plastic, or whatever. That initiative can be tested before you actually test it. You use AI with AI agents to be able to say what if, what else, what's next, with competitors and customers telling you what's good or bad, and iterating and iterating. And you might get tired as a human being, but that machine doesn't get tired until it comes out to a perfect answer for you to consider. Imagine in that scenario, you find that you don't have all the knowledge, all the competencies, all the assets to implement that idea. In 2030, Brazil will be able to find those competencies anywhere through the observatories, through its partnerships, through global ecosystems and databases. So nothing is impossible anymore because there are people out there who can help you make it real. And in that world, everywhere you'll see, each one of you will probably be using 5 to even 50 AI agents, helping you do your work faster, better than you've ever done before, so you have time to think about bigger and bolder ideas to continue making the future better. I think this is the great equalizer for Brazil, and Brazil will have to pay attention to owning LLM models as a government at a country level. Brazil will have to pay attention to the energy required to do AI and really invest in the energy for that. But you, the people, you are sitting in a driver's seat and you have the resources, you're resourceful, you're creative. Now, all you need to do is seize the moment. Carpe diem, seize the moment.
As provocações colocadas aqui pelo professor Philip.
Well, the comments made by Professor Philip, Murray, and Professor Hitendra lead me to think about 3 perspectives. In the background, our focus is on connecting intellectual capital to the technological transformations the industry has been facing. AI was widely discussed, as well as the importance of going through energy transition, sustainability of businesses, and so on and so forth. But I'd summarize our discussion trying to organize the elements that we brought up into 3 pillars, which are no different from the 3 pillars that may appear in other sessions: individuals, industry/business, and environment. The individual being at the center of the process as a vector that manages their time and their own development because they understand their impact on the businesses, and they manage their knowledge, and they share, as Philip said, they share their knowledge. So it's individuals as protagonists of the process of transforming human capital into something that's next level to face the challenges brought about by the industry. On the other hand, the industry thinking about how to leverage all that using its tools, especially planning tools, but also in terms of investments to align the organization's culture with agile continuous learning. And all 3 of you, it seems to me, said that the capacity to learn and relearn in the industry is equal to competitiveness. So the industry being this second pillar. And the third one, the environment as the agents, the governments, thinking about public policies and incentive models, about sharing practices, as Professor Hitendra said, the connection, taking Brazilian industry to new knowledge spaces. And I think that these 3 elements are key. And of course, we look at the background and the pain points of technological transformations that undoubtedly are knocking on the doors of the industry. But I want to invite the audience to look at this tripod and to think about this roadmap that we try to establish together, like a flight plan that allows us to have a micro, a mid-size, small size, a large size industry that's more diverse, more prepared to experience the future and its challenges. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. It's an honor for us. As I said, I'm here as a timekeeper and as a listener to you because our conversation in the backstage already indicated that. Thank you. Wish to thank the panelists. Thank you for sharing your experience. Hopefully, it's been an inspiring session. I also want to thank Superintendent Sarah for conducting the panel and for making such a great summary of the conversation. This panel is a great segue to the next one. We talked about AI, and now we'll dive deeper into this subject. So we're going to talk about AI as a vector of productivity, efficiency, and strategic decision making. How AI is being incorporated into the production chains. How can it transform processes, business models, and industrial administration? And for this discussion, we'd like to invite to the stage Siemens Director of AI and Research, Olympia Brickis, the Head of Strategy and Development of Artificial Intelligence at Embraer, Juliana Mendonça, and the moderator of the panel, the president of the Brazil Digital 30 Plus Association, Gloria Guimarães. Over to you. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here at such an important event to discuss innovation. I want to congratulate CNI and convey our gratitude on behalf of our president for the invitation to participate in this panel about AI and digital transformation, its impacts on the industry. I want to greet our participants, Olympia and Giuliano. Thank you for being here to talk about such an important subject. We know that when it comes to AI, we are not now surfing a short duration wave. It's not simply a trend. From all of these studies, Gartner, for instance, they released a study saying that this year, 2026, there'll be a $2.5 trillion, which accounts for 44% more investments in artificial intelligence. Undoubtedly, the world would not be making this huge investment if it were not something very extremely important. And we're facing a profound and cumulative change that has started to redesign competitiveness at the companies, the dynamics of the industry, the organization of the workplace, and the capacity of countries to generate wealth, productivity, and autonomy. And by autonomy, we're also talking about sovereignty. And mainly, and above all, we're talking about changing people's mindsets, and hence the question is no longer whether AI will impact the industry or the other sectors. It is already doing that, and it's been doing so for a long time. And my first question to you is, how are companies becoming involved in these initiatives? At what speed, with what strategy, with what level of ambition do we want to get there? And with what perspectives for the future? Because, going into, there's no time for testing out this technology anymore. What's at stake is no longer operational efficiency. We're talking about innovating, changing the business model, and protecting the company's sustainability. We're talking about developing talents, occupying relevant spaces in the value chains, which are no longer that far away from that future. We at Brazil Digital 30 Plus, we are a sectoral movement, and we assume that digital transformation is not an out there discussion or a restricted agenda. It's a country level project that requires infrastructure, technology, strategy, research, development, digital education, digital literacy, and a safe environment for citizens and their businesses. And that's all connected to the industry because AI will not materialize itself by itself. It requires connectivity, data, processing capacity. It depends on people, security, governance, qualification, business leadership that is able to look beyond the quarterly reports and make this happen. So what we want to discuss is how are companies becoming engaged in this new universe? Who's simply looking and who is really redesigning their business model? Who is experimenting peripherally and who is placing AI at the center of the strategy? And who is preparing people, processes, governance, infrastructure to become a better competitor? Because at the end of the day, for Brazil, it's not only about adopting technology, it's about deciding whether we're going to use this transformation to strengthen our industrial database, increase competitiveness, generate value, and create real opportunities for the population. Or sit and wait and miss the opportunity because this equation between velocity and boldness equates perennial sustainability. And it's in the spirit that I want to start our conversation and invite Olivia to talk about that. Thank you, Olivia and Giuliano.
I want to start with a little bit of an impulse from my side that will hopefully lead us into then a great discussion. So as you know, we are talking a lot about AI and about the potential of disrupting AI. And before we get into what it means for industry, I want to challenge you to think a little bit about an industry or a sector that you consider very stable, very mature, an industry that you don't think is very easily disrupted. Think of an industry for a moment. And now let me give you two examples of industries that I thought were very, very stable in the past hundreds of years, but got disrupted in an unprecedented time scale. And the two industries that I want to briefly talk about before we get into industrial sectors are the filmmaking industry and the software industry. Because those two industries, over the course of the last 12 months, have been completely disrupted. Disrupted in a way where their entire moat, their entire competitive advantage that they have established over hundreds of years is gone. And let me tell you what I mean. So for instance, in film, you needed hundreds of thousands of people to develop movies, complex animation movies, like the very famous show of Game of Thrones. Right? We had this show had a crew of about 3,000 people and ran 10 years long. And for the last scene in season 8, the big dragon fight, you know how much that cost to develop? $100 million for just one scene. And that's because you needed infrastructure, you needed specialized engineers for visual effects, and you needed the rendering capabilities to then actually produce those movies. Similar thing when you think about commercials, right? They contain similar type of investments needed. And the moat, the barriers to entry into that industry seemed unsurmountable only 12 months ago. It seemed that the studios that were dominating that industry, they had no way of being competed with by a new entrant. Fast forward to today, this is what a new form of animation looks like. This is a fully AI-generated video by Sora 2.0, the OpenAI model for video generation. And if you don't know that this was generated by AI, you could think that this is coming out of Game of Thrones, right? At least I think so. And this video was generated with text only. So there was no animation work done. The prompt that you see here on the screen is what was needed to generate this 1 minute long video. So instead of animating, instead of doing the work that the studios did for years, this is what they need now. So a complete transformation. Similar things are happening in software, right? Software is not programmed anymore in the coding languages, the higher level programming languages that we have developed over years. It's programmed via natural language and coding assistants like GitHub Copilot, Claude Code, Cursor. And one of the very impressive stories that shows what that can mean is the story of OpenClaw. So if you haven't heard about OpenClaw, it's an agentic AI tool that you can run on your computer that understands everything that's on your computer and can write emails for you. It can connect to the browser and do anything that you would do on a computer. This project was developed by one person alone in the span of 3 months. And in the span of those 3 months, it became the most downloaded open source project in the world, bigger than Linux. Imagine that, right? That's crazy. It was built by one person. And that one person was then hired into OpenAI for an undisclosed sum. So they wanted him for exactly what he did and the technology that he was able to build on his own. So we're not talking about 10x engineers, we're talking about 1,000x engineers suddenly. So both industries work completely differently today that they did only 12 months ago. And those are small examples for industries that have been tremendously disrupted by this boom of generative AI and the subsequent scale of it through agentic AI solutions. But what's going to come next? The next scaling factor of AI, and you might have seen this graphic before, is when we ask ourselves what is going to happen to AI when AI actually gets a body and gets to interact with the physical world, act in the physical world, perceive the physical world, and make decisions about it. That's what we call physical AI. So when AI actually makes it into the real world. Today, a lot of the AI that we see is only digital in nature, right? It only runs on our computers, it only runs in the internet. But we expect that we're going to have a much wider adoption and a much bigger boom in AI once we move to that physical world. And let me just challenge you for 1 minute to think about what that means. If you imagine that we have 1 million humanoid robots out there in the world, and this is, by the way, just a conservative prediction for 2030, those robots would consume 500 megawatts of additional power. We heard it from the panelists before. They were discussing the energy demands of AI. It's not just about the training demands of AI, big LLM models. It's about the future demands of physical AI that are going to impact our grid. And even if you are in a country that's not building AI models as their primary mode of their economy, but you're a country utilizing those models, this is the type of energy capacity you're going to have to be responding to if you want to make use of these technologies. This is equivalent to a small city, right? So a tremendous impact on the grid, a tremendous load, but also a tremendous impact on the infrastructure that we need around those robots. Now, for industry itself, I believe this is a tremendous opportunity. It's not only an opportunity to, of course, be disrupted, but it's an opportunity to leverage it for the challenges that we already know we have today. So when we think globally about the manufacturing sector, we see that about 7.9 million vacancies are projected to be there by 2030 in jobs in the manufacturing sector, especially those more skilled jobs, so where you require a lot of expertise. And that's partially because of the demographic shift that we're seeing, where the older workforce is going into retirement and leaving positions open that have not been filled with younger workers that have that equivalent experience. And at the same time, we have an equivalent of unmatched orders that we're going to see in the manufacturing industry. And so AI is not only an opportunity to bring new automation into the industry, but it's actually an opportunity to even make happen what we are producing today across the next decade. And so we see it as a big opportunity. And at Siemens, we are thinking of AI not only in one of the different sectors of the product life cycle, but we're thinking of it very holistically. So we believe it will have impact on both the design stages of a product, the planning stages, the engineering, as well as then the manufacturing and operations of products and the subsequent service. So we kind of develop technology that can go over the cycle and even cross barriers and cross boundaries between these domains. And I brought you one example of a technology that we have incubated in one of our own factories. And this is the idea of an operational assistant that helps operators on the shop floor reason about the challenges that they're experiencing. And if you have ever run a manufacturing operation, you will know that a lot of the challenges arise because of the day-to-day conditions in your plant that are different every day. You have to respond to your machines, to the material being different, to your changing demands, to your supplier not having brought something on time. So there's these continued challenges that the humans respond to. And we have provided our operators and our maintenance engineers with a generative AI assistant that they get to use. And we have looked at how well they are, how much their productivity is increasing and how they're utilizing this technology as we put it into our plants. And I brought this graphic because I think it shows a very optimistic outlook and some numbers that are rare to find for industrial use cases. So we saw that the speed with which our operators were able to respond to unplanned downtime events and resolve those events went up. So we have over the lifetime of the averaged onto a year, we have about a 20% productivity increase. But we also saw that the unskilled workers that were previously not able to resolve these tasks now were showing higher level of skill, so they were able to resolve higher level tasks. And here, on the most outer side, we also asked ourselves, what is the impact on the actual, on our actual employees, right? Are they perceiving this as a technology that is rivaling their job? Are they perceiving this optimistically? And what we saw actually is that it had a very positive impact on their job security. So they felt that the use of the AI and the fact that we're implementing it in our factories was a positive signal to them for their job security. And similarly, their stress went down, which is very interesting because you can imagine if a factory is down and your plant manager is pushing you to get it back up and running, and you're losing millions a minute, having an assistant available that you can talk through some of the, imagine you're in the night shift, nobody around you, you're the only one there, has led to our employees reporting that they're actually less stressed as they're resolving these issues. So we see these positive effects also on the human side of things. So this is what I want to leave you with. As we move into the discussion, is that you don't have to think about this type of automation as a jump from no automation to suddenly having a fully autonomous environment. We think of this as different levels of autonomy that you can achieve. So you can introduce assistance for individual tasks. And then you can sort of augment and have more and more tasks be assisted with AI until you get to an environment where your entire process can be rethought because you're utilizing AI in it. And so this is just as a sort of a little roadmap. You don't have to think of this as all or none. There is a lot of steps in between that you can go through depending on what the maturity of your company is and how far you are in readiness for AI. So thank you so much with this, and I'll hand over to Giuliano to give us his impulse talk.
Thank you, Olympia. Boa tarde a todos.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. Thanks to CNI. Just a second here. Okay. I would like to show you a little bit of the background, and I think that this is going to be a basis for the discussion. I think that the audience is familiar with Embraer. I just want to highlight that Embraer is one of the biggest companies operating in airspace, and we have 5 very well-defined lines of business. Each of them has a specific type of market client and a value proposition. So we have, in fact, 5 business units that operate, in complementation. I love this slide. Embraer is one of the companies that has developed and certified the most aircraft in the world. Over 9,000 aircraft delivered considering all of our business units. This takes a very well-honed innovation strategy. Each of these products that you see on the screen introduced innovations that were seen as a competitive edge and served as a platform for further innovations in subsequent products. So, as a result, innovation is one of the corporate pillars for Embraer. In our innovation strategies, new technologies are introduced through innovation verticals. This means we have a specific plan for each new technology or new tech that could represent a major stream of income for the organization. And here, of course, we range from autonomous flights to airframe competitiveness and, of course, AI. So, since Embraer treats AI as a strategic lever, I will try to explain how we ended up in that condition. When AI became a critical innovation for us, we initially defined the role of AI for Embraer. And I think it's important to demystify the technology. Technologies, of course, they have concepts that could be old. The first time people started discussing AI was back in the 1950s. So these are old concepts that are now being sped up because there's more data and because data has become cheaper. So with higher volumes of data and more processing power, we were able to give unprecedented scale to this technology. But before anything else, AI is a technology that helps us gain value or extract more value from data. And here we have 3 fronts: excellence, computational vision, machine learning. All of this makes us more productive and more efficient. And also, the experience of the customer and the digital journey of the customer are also enhanced. And what are the principles? How can I apply AI in the organization? How will I use it? The principles are as follows. We can do this by empowering the areas. So it's not that we're going to have an AI hub in the company. The entire company will use AI holistically. Then ethics and responsible use are also part of our journey from the very beginning. And an AI solution from the very beginning is created with security and also ethical considerations in terms of its use. We also have some great partners helping us implement AI, and we want to know how it's done, not only implemented. We also have a cross-cutting view of problems and major issues. We always take a step forward based on the step we took before. We never do things in a hurry. We always build based on the value that we built before. So as a result, we were able to use AI in several of our processes, but with this set of principles, we can really add value, put people as protagonists and advance in very firm steps towards the future. Thank you. I'm very excited to discuss this with you. Thank you, Juliano. Thank you very much. I think now that we can start the discussion. Olympia raised some very important issues in relation to infrastructure. Juliano has also mentioned infrastructure. And here we have two huge organizations. And I am sure that we also have in the audience medium and even small companies. So my question is just to begin with a provocation, this idea that large companies invest and they have an R&D budget, and smaller companies really have to go in steps to plan for the future. So how can we accelerate AI adoption in such a way that it will add value not only in large corporations, but also along the entire chain, including smaller suppliers? What is the role of collaboration and cooperation in large organizations? Especially thinking of networks, because we learn that we can make progress individually, but together we'll go further. I think this is the question that I wanted to ask, in fact.
Yeah, I can get started. I think the barrier to entry for smaller companies, even individuals, with the type of AI that we're seeing out there today, frontier, agentic AI solutions, has become much, much lower than it was before. Where in the past you needed to have an engineering team, a data science team, AI experts to build models for your specific domain. Today you can go out and buy those models by token. So you can even just try it out for a very small amount of money, just a little budget to innovate. I'm talking tens of dollars, right? Not hundreds or thousands or millions of dollars. That is already sufficient to try out and see what it means for you. So I think the barrier to adoption has actually become much, much lower. And we're seeing some of the examples that I shared sort of go into that direction, showing you that there is billion-dollar ARR companies being built by individual humans. So why should a small enterprise or small company be hindered if an individual can do it? It requires us, though, to rethink the way we are building and the way we're operating as companies. Because it's not just about putting AI into an old process, but it's also about rethinking the whole process now that we have AI. You don't have to think anymore of working from 9 to 5. Your AI can work 24/7. So what does that mean for your outreach to customers that you're doing, right? What if you don't need to stop at the moment where your employees leave? Similar for your operations, right? If you are in an industrial setting, you can have intelligence and knowledge available 24/7 now to you. How is that making you think differently? And I think this is what everyone needs to, where everyone needs to look at their own operation, at their own process, at whatever they're specialized in, and see what it means for them. And the barrier, I would encourage that the barrier is incredibly low, so you can step in. Now, in terms of farther AI solutions, especially when it comes to industrial applications, there is a certain readiness level that you have to achieve as a company. So in order for you to deploy physical AI that runs in your factory has to be, your data has to be connected, right? If you are not yet even able to talk to your machines, that's going to be a big barrier. And here I think your point was great about collaboration, because there's a lot of technology providers that solve this challenge for you. You don't have to do it on your own, and it probably doesn't make sense for you as a smaller enterprise to establish expertise in how to do brownfield connectivity for legacy industrial assets, right? Go to the people that have expertise on that and leverage that technology from them so that you can faster reach that AI readiness level that you need to then employ more sophisticated technologies that are available to you.
Just to add, I think that technology is a leveler. It's a great leveler. It brings together the big guys and the small guys. Look at recent years. For example, cloud computing is what enables a startup to have the same computing power that a bank used to have a decade ago. With blockchain, owners of small businesses may gain access to financial tools that were available only to major corporations in the past. With AI, your level of productivity is boosted and you can reach examples, for example, when a one person company becomes $1 million company. And for Brazil, technology will really level out the playing field, provided that you know how to make the use of these resources. Large corporations, of course, when we're talking about integrating data, it means integrating the supply chain data as well. But every company can charter their own way. My recommendation is starting with a 5-level assessment. Before saying, I want to implement AI, check the state of your data. Are they well managed? Is there domains and control? What about processes? There is no sense in implementing AI over bad old processes. So how are you going to use automation? People management. Is our team well prepared? Can they use the technology in the right way? Do they have access to the right technologies? Can you find the partners that will help you accelerate? Today, we have several different instruments that allow for the cooperation of between small companies and large companies. I think this is a very valid gateway for our intellectual property, and I think that several other possibilities may come.
The small ones can bring the small can do the things that the big ones don't have, and platformization may be a way for you to know everything around you, and based on that you're able to use these structures, as you said, that are at your disposal, and that will let other companies grow and other movements grow. So the collaboration, a collaborative environment, and an environment that is able to allow this network to have access to all of these services available, whether you're big or small. That's a way for you to let this network grow. And you talked about several important aspects related to infrastructure, safety, and the collaborative model. I have a question to Olympia. In the more mature markets, we notice that, well, we have to understand how these companies are balancing out cloud, edge computing, cybersecurity, data governance, and everything related to the regulated environment. So, how do all these factors collaborate so that you can develop everything without downtime? Thank you.
An LLM into a regulated environment, right? Every one of you will have heard that we are dealing with hallucination problems, we're dealing with reliability problems in a lot of the AI models, and that's something that's a no-go for critical environments and critical infrastructure environments. So what we do at Siemens and what we encourage our customers to do is to think about the entire technology stack here that's available to us. So we have from the field device layer, we have technology available that allows you to control at what levels or who can take action on control layers. So you can employ that to sort of assure safety to your control equipment. Then at the layer of your data, there is the edge, and there's the ability to go to on-premise solutions wherever you are not comfortable sort of sending your information to the cloud, and there are opportunities for that. We have at this point in time, we have industrial PC devices that have GPUs just as good and just as big as the ones that you have in a data center. So there's nothing on an infrastructure side hindering you to say, I want to take these technologies and bring them to an on-premise level. At the same time, we can utilize the edge compute to sort of facilitate hybrid solutions where you keep your data and you keep a lot of the intelligence on the level of your infrastructure, and just utilize the cloud for either historical data access or access to your models. So we employ in our own factories, and we recommend so to clients this entire scope. But what we have to also, I think, be cognizant of as companies and as individuals that are that act in the industrial space is that there is new gaps that are opening up in the technology space every day, right? AI is not just bringing an opportunity, it's also bringing a threat to a lot of the assets and the physical assets that we have. And so we need to continuously develop this technology, and this is what we are precisely thinking about a lot, is how do we not only bring AI safely into our factories, but also how do we protect our existing infrastructure from automated attacks, from new sources of threats that these technologies are bringing. So it has two levels. It has a level of opportunity and also a level of new governance, new security mechanisms that you need to think about if you own these type of assets. And I certainly don't recommend to anybody in our company to just use a tool of the internet, right? You should always have thought about what implications that tool has, and we have a great IT department that takes care of that for us, and other companies have individuals that are tasked with that, to really think about how do I securely and safely bring this technology with the right SLAs in place, with the right data protection mechanisms in place, such that if I use it for on my corporate data, on my confidential data, I'm not leaking any company secrets into the models or making them available for other harmful actors in the space. So there's a lot to consider when you implement these technologies, and it's not just about taking something, downloading it out of a GitHub repo and putting into your shop floor, right? So, but the good news is we know this industry, right? We have a lot of experience in how to safely bring technology into critical environments, and it's not going to be different with this technology, right? We just have to put the right barriers in place and think of where new mechanisms are needed, and there are certainly areas here.
Thank you, Olímpio. Eu acho que você coloca ponto muito importante, que é a questão do
Thank you. You brought up a very important aspect, which is about the new environment that is being formed and how to control it, but also not to lose sight of what you're doing in your core business, right? And along the same lines, Juliano, I want to bring this to Brazilian reality. We're talking about a global reality. And in the reality of Brazil, what type of comparison would make sense? A consortium or something related, for instance, to sharing infrastructure? I mean, given that we do not have that many resources available, and given that we don't have that much money available, does sharing infrastructure make sense? A consortium, in order for us to be able to work and join the movement, a capacity building consortium, how do you see that? What's more feasible and transformative? How does Embraer see that as well?
Well, I think that all the points that you mentioned make sense. In Brazil, cooperation is very important. We don't see many cooperations among different industries. We see a little bit in agribusiness, but in the industries, we don't find so much cooperation for the use of common resources. It's an important topic. Should talk more about that in all the instruments, considering if the possibilities, especially regulatory aspects of safety of information, but it's a discussion that should be included, and the cooperation in projects for the creation of common databases is a step that is closer, I believe, and it's very possible. The companies have a vision of data sharing that can be better explored, and the cooperation in specific projects would be a startup in projects where we have the development of new products, of innovation with the cooperation among companies. And here we have also the important role of the academia coming together with our own policies. And it's important that and when we think on these projects, and a very important point here in Brazil is that when we talk, we think about a Brazilian model. We have to train the Brazilian models. The big first value that we will have, the line that will separate winners from losers with the use of AI, it's not the sophistication of the technology or how more advanced your environment is, but how better you can orchestrate, connect your data, your use of data in the right way with the right models, forming a network that then create a digital force that can increase your normal work. This doesn't require supercomputers or the mega ultra models. It's just something that we can do with the resources that we already have, and this will bring value for that. Well, you mentioned two very interesting points that talk about the academia closer to the industry. We had the professor here on the previous panel. She mentioned this. She said, you go to the academia and tell us what you want. We will do it. We will do what you need. And this is an important element. It's a very important message that we can leave. And it's a very important point, and the industries can grow a lot with that. And we have many examples, even here in the country, of doing sharing of premises or facilities. We had sharing of self terminals, so we had it in open finance. So we have enough experience. We know that we can use AI and be more winners in these models. So the idea of distributing a platform using AI would be a road that we challenge ourselves to do. Our time is so short, and I would like that in 2 minutes, Olivia and Juliana could leave their last message. If you would have to leave a practical advice to all those here, which would be the most urgent priority? Adopt fast, cooperate, build infrastructure, or something that you have in mind? Well, I can start. What I like very much is start simple. So what do we do now? First, we analyze data. With data, understand what are the problems, the actual problems that I want to solve, or what I want to solve, and start with this line. Always trying to do this, increasing the potential of people. I believe that everybody, all those here in this room, when they see the weekly tasks, so they have a list of things that they are unable to do. If I had more time, I could do this and that. But there's those small improvements that added bring a big growth. So I believe that thinking together with AI, not replacing the person, but working together with AI, we can bring this injection of productivity that will create that factor of exponentializing the company. I like this word exponentialize. So AI, together with our capacity of work and of looking to the future, we can exponentialize our companies, but starts with data and people together, and this is the first basis of a steady growth.
Giuliano, I love what you said. I also always encourage just experiment, experiment, experiment right now, and it doesn't have to be at your work. It can even be in your private life, right, on tasks that you have going on. I get so inspired by the ideas that I have for my private productivity, for my own tasks, and then I bring those into my work environment. So I encourage you very much, just take these tools and experiment with them. There's a great statistic from the New York Times recently of how many people in the world are using these AI technologies in their day-to-day, and you will see it's a very small portion of the world. So if you're using it, you are already ahead of a lot of other people. And if you're using it intensively with all the agentic capabilities, like the coding assistants we talked about, then you're an even smaller minority in the world. So be part of this group that is experimenting and seeing what can be done. And then as industry, I want to encourage you to also think about the models and the AI of the future. So a lot of the AI that we have today is trained on the data of the internet, is trained on technology, is trained on language, is trained on pictures and images. In industry, we have a lot of other artifacts that are not on the internet, right? Our PNIDs are not on the internet. Our CAD models of our planes are not on the internet. I hope at least they're not. All of this information, language models do not understand natively. So we are thinking a lot at Siemens also is how can we come together as industry to share this data and share these assets to build the next generation of AI models that will understand engineering, physics, manufacturing more natively, so that they can really give us the same acceleration that they're giving knowledge work at the moment. So also something to think about in terms of collaboration. I think we have to come together as industry to achieve this next frontier of AI. It's not just going to come out of Silicon Valley and a tech company, because it's not data that they can just scrape from the internet.
Bom, eu queria então agradecer imensamente.
So I would like to thank Olympia and Juliano. We are here at the final moments. So AI is not a promise anymore. It's a reality. We have a lot of competitive edge here in Brazil. We have an energy grid that is clean, biodiversity to bioeconomy, the aerospace industry of world class, the agribusiness that generates data. Very few countries have the immense opportunity of doing this diversity and this development. But advantages is without speed is waste. So what we have to do is in the industry, in government, in schools, and for the normal person is to guarantee that they can learn it fast, and like this, the technology walks fast. Otherwise, we won't be a little behind, but we will be a whole generation lagging behind, a big problem. And we will have to learn how to use, and also if the country wants to have a competitive edge, we'll need to create conditions for that, because artificial intelligence, as we saw, is a reality, undeniable, right? So I would like to thank you all. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you once again, Olympia. Thank you, Giuliano. We would like to thank Olympia and Giuliano for this class. We know that this topic is something so new, and I hope that we can use this in our routine and our business. Thank you, Gloria, for being the mediator in this panel. Let's continue our program. Transition is not an imported model. It needs identity, vocation, national intelligence. The challenge is to integrate in technological innovation, sustainability, and productivity with the country's industrial reality. This is the topic to be discussed in the panel, The Ecological and Digital Transition with the Brazilian DNA. And we would like to invite the Executive Director of Research Development and Product Innovation of Boticário Group, Gustavo Diamant. The RD&I Manager in Sustainable Products from Petrobras, André Bello. The President of Tupi, Rafael Lucchesi. And the moderator of this panel, the CEO of Vivio, leader and coordinator of May, André Clark. We wish you a good panel. Good afternoon. Let's go right to our discussions. Our topic is about the Brazilian DNA and ecological transition. And this is more Brazilian than ever. It's a Brazilian public policy. We have three companies here with us that are really Brazilian and they are exporters. Rafael Lucchesi, Tupi, André Oliveira, that takes care of the Center of Research and Development of Petrobras, and Gustavo Diamant, who does R&D for the Boticário Group. They are all Brazilian companies that are already reaching the world, some tackling directly on the heart of the consumer, others in the heart of the agribusiness man, and to be talking to everybody at the same time. A lot of manufacturing, energy, and consumption. I'll start here with a warm-up, talking about the journey of the innovation in the industry that try to promote visibility of R&D related to economy, digital ecological transition. Where are the greatest opportunities, according to your opinion? So this transition has the characteristics of the Brazilian DNA. How are you using this opportunity, either with the public policies or in your companies when you look from the inside to the outside? Let's start with the Boticário Group, the consumer. Gustavo, what are the trends? So how can you sell in Brazil and how can you export with so much success? Tell us a little bit about this digital ecological transition, being an R&D director in a group such as big as yours. So it's I'm so happy to be here sharing this panel with you, and I believe that the companies here have totally different profiles, but bottom line, they're looking for the evolution, energy, ecological transition with a focus in sustainability. In my case, focusing the consumer very much because it's what we deliver. So we have this reading of the consumer behavior, but there is something that is very strong here, and we should reflect about it. We are doing this follow-up or in consumption, and Brazil is very, let's say, core now, either in beauty or in fashion, but we are learning to evolve using our own property. And this has been an evolution in our industry. Some say that it is not, but others say that it is the largest reserve of environmental natural heritage, either of vegetable species or non-vegetable species, but that can generate inputs through biotechnology, for instance. But Brazil was always very much used by foreign companies. And I talked this about our segment, and very little explored by us. Some have a strong presence, but very little was taken outside. We were explored, but now we have very strong policies concerning the use of the Brazilian biodiversity. The demand, the first was strong for those here in Brazil and very little for those from the outside. But if we analyze the core of the beauty industry, 90% of the inputs, they start with biodiversity, not necessarily a national, but global. When we think about anything that forms soap, we start with greasy components of palm tree oil, for instance, and other inputs of Brazilian and global biodiversity. We has always used this, and somehow we transform these inputs in a high added value product. This always happened in our industry, but this is more apparent, stronger. And there is something in our segment that currently, if we do a BIP in any beauty product of any company, we see the percentage of vegetable components, if it is safe or not, the environmental impact, if I can use on my kind of skin, on my kind of hair. So we are extremely exposed. When we analyze the mechanisms that we have of generating value on these inputs, our segment is extremely high. But there is a point that, and here I am poetically free to tell you about this, most of the segments are impacted by this, is that there is a great incentive in the innovation in the industry. But there is something in our segment that is very important, which is intellectual property. And we are light years behind of what the world has in terms of intellectual property. And this is because of the bureaucracy that we have in this country. The time that it takes to deposit it and then the analysis so that we can have a concession of a patent. And because of this, we are restricted in our potential of innovation. So when we take it outside, we take it less protected. And because of this, the dynamic that we had is more difficult concerning biodiversity. But in general terms, that's it. So clean beauty is a trend of the consumer. Everybody is interested, and in a very competitive industry, innovate and have protection to your intellectual property is essential. You mentioned the richness of diversity, skin, and etc. And this is also a wealth that marks the Brazilian DNA, allow you to develop products and to export to more than 60 countries. Tell us a little bit about this characteristic, please.
When it comes to diversity, we think about our forests and the environment, but we do have a diversity that's equal to that of no other country. A climate diversity, for instance, from north to south, there are several different types of climate, and that makes our natural and environmental diversity huge. But we have something, an asset that's extremely valuable, which is racial mix and a mix of ethnicities. If you take, for instance, the skin colors and types of hair, no other country has what we have here. When it comes to hair care, the hair care industry, and we travel abroad often to study new trends. So when it comes to a hair care, it's people from other countries that travel to Brazil to research what we have because no other place has our diversity. So when it comes to innovation and whenever we think about diversity, of course, large portion of diversity comes from natural resources, but there's lots of cultural and genetic assets that allow us to create increasingly more value-added products for our consumers and also take them abroad. And in closing, about to your point, there's one thing that I can speak to from the perspective of the company I work for, but also about the beauty market in Brazil. It's a market of hundreds of billions of reais, and it's two fully Brazilian companies that lead it. And we know a lot about our consumers, and our um, challenge now is how to take this to other countries. And of course, we can protect Brazil. And by protecting, if you look at Brazilian at beauty brands that carry a Brazilian name with nothing Brazilian in it, I mean nothing, but they explore the Brazilian potentiality more than we do. So that's our role. That's our challenge now, to take this abroad. Well, that's extremely interesting. Social diversity, the Brazil brand, and so many ideas that we tend to overestimate in terms of value. Thank you, Gustavo. So now, if you don't know it, Rafael used to be my boss. Now he's a CEO, and he's no longer my guru at May. So 2P is a fundamental industry which produces large motors, a strategic industry that's innovative and that's been changing over time. And having set foot in Germany, and with big acquisitions of former German companies in Brazil. Rafael, can you tell us about this journey of 2P and the fact that it became an innovative, uh, fundamental company? What about the ecologic transition and the DNA and the Brazil brand? What difference do they make to a company that exports? Well, 2P was created in 1938. It turned 88 now, and in 1922 it acquired NWM 72 years ago. It's a German origin company that manufactures motors with a very interesting DNA. In terms of structural components, 2P is a global leader. Just to give you an idea of the U.S. fleet of trucks, 60% carry 2P parts, and that's unique. But of course, this is a mature industry that's starting to decline now, based on everything we know about energy transition. NWM is concentrated in the production of engines for 4 to 7 liter engine trucks. It didn't make so much progress in the development because these are the characteristics of Brazilian industrialization. But in São Paulo, there's a research and development center that's the biggest of Latin America. And the research center could be in Detroit or in Nuremberg or Stockholm. That's where there is something similar to that, with the same level of technological complexity, which provides this company with a huge amount of flexibility and competency. We have three business units. One of them is energy and decarbonization. Okay, let's park this conversation, and I'll quickly talk about how I see Brazil from the perspective of this agenda. We have three key elements in Brazil: a huge scale for the production of biomass. Also, a clean energy matrix in the electricity sector, the general matrix close to 50%, and a consolidated industrial foundation. Now, we're facing an energy and geopolitical crisis. We are close to 8 billion, and we can no longer talk about energy transition. We have to start talking about energy addition. It will be a dynamic addition that will start cleaning up the energy grid. You just need to look at the per capita correlation of energy associated to the per capita income and how much more energy we're going to need. with an addition of at least 30% over the course of the next 20 years. Brazil has a huge potentiality in renewables coming from biomass energy. The war that's currently in place is proof enough that the basis of the current energy model do not offer many possibilities to expand the way they're set up right now. We'll need a radical change. And Brazil has this huge potentiality to combine biomass energy, renewable energies, and sustainable hydrogen. But in order for that to happen, we can't simply rest on our laurels. We need to have an agenda that combines business strategies, regulatory frameworks, and public policies, because without a governmental agenda, there's no possible progress. Everything we know to be competitive in the United States, Germany, China, Japan relies on the state. The liberal mindset is a fake. It doesn't work anywhere. Let's tell it like it is. And Brazil should learn that. It was the country that was one of the most impoverished countries when adhering to liberal ideas. And we have an agenda that we have to foster in terms of availability of green energy, production, decarbonization, and of course, infrastructure. And that's where 2P comes in. What's the model of large OEMs, global platforms, energy, fossil energy, and why are now they're moving towards energy transition? Because they need this monochrome film moving from oil to electric mobility. And this is a design that they see based on their characteristics in order to maintain their competitive edge. However, the world will be based on a multi-fuel mindset, which will break these chains and create new opportunities for developing technical standards. If we take, for instance, per capita income and infrastructure, is the world more similar to Western Europe or Brazil? And if we come up with a technology package and a business package, of course, this could have an arena of economic and business development in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, and that's what's at stake right now. It's taking the elevator and capturing an opportunity, or to think smaller in face of adaptive realities and standing still in front of stop and in a stop and go mode, as we've been doing for so many years now. What we see here is a countrywide opportunity where we can take the elevator and board a transformational agenda, leveraging this political vacuum, the energy crisis that's impending, and think about something that can really be transformational. But in order for that to happen, we need an agenda of hegemony in society and thinking big, something that Brazil abandoned decades ago. We're going to need Petrobras and a state-based agenda, as well as business clusters that are able to foster this agenda. This is my perspective for the future, considering 2P as part of this equation, as a green structure company that develops a tech package for a huge country as Brazil, such as Brazil, with development opportunities. The industry has been bigger than the sum of the South Korean and Chinese industries, and that was back in the 1980s. Currently, the Chinese industry is bigger than the sum of the US and European industries, and 25 times bigger than the Brazilian industry. The Chinese started an action that was fostered by the state, seeing their comparative and competitive advantages. Brazil has 13% of the water available on Earth, fertile soil, a clean grid. We can think big. We just need to leave behind the trap of improductivity and consider that Brazil needs to become the country that it is meant to be. Congratulations. Well, Rafael is one of the most relevant economists of Brazil, and he just showed us this characteristic, just like Boticário, that delights international consumers. The perspective of a Brazilian-based industry can also delight the rest of the world, like Rafael said. And now I'll give the floor to Andre Oliveira, who works for Brazil's biggest energy company, certainly one of the biggest in the world. And according to his own institutional video, it's Brazil's most innovative company. And these are dimensions, Andre, that are not frequently known about Petrobras, especially SEMPS. So the ecologic transition, President Lula also said, well, I'm going to create a fund for the equatorial margin for the energy transition, and Petrobras is ahead of that. SEMPS is a unique asset, both for offshore explorations that require a lot of technology, as well as for alternative technologies. So, Andre, can you tell us a bit about Petrobras that we tend to ignore because it's an innovation powerhouse? Can you tell us about SEMPS and what you do, things that we generally don't see Petrobras doing? Thanks for the question, Andre. Let's dive into that. Uh, I want to take the opportunity to thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel. So why is Petrobras such an innovative company? Why is SEMPS a research center that generates a patent every 2 days? It's an innovation machine. Well, first, it's out of necessity because if you think about it, we are operating in a global market, the energy market, and we have to compete against all of the other players, but in very adverse conditions. We need to lead and to be the pioneers and take the technology to increasingly farther frontiers in increasingly more complex scenarios. So we created SAMPS to cater to the energy needs of a country that's developing and which needs low-cost energy, and the per capita consumption is lower than that of lots of other nations. And we were so successful that we put Brazil on the list of the oil exporting countries. So what are we doing now? How can we use this innovation machine to prepare Brazil's biggest company for a just transition and for what's coming? Well, the first thing worth mentioning is the budgetary aspects. You need to start structuring investments. And our strategy is that we usually invest twice as much money that we invest in our business plans. If in the business plan is going to allocate 100% of its capital in low carbon products, at SEMPS, we would allocate 10% of the R&D capital. If we're going to raise it to 15, okay, let's set it at 30, and so on and so forth. In the most recent plan, we're planning to invest $1.2 billion in the next few years in innovation, and we by 29 we intend to allocate 40% of $2 billion to low carbon technologies to allow us to reduce our emissions and to offer the products required by society. And that's 40% of the capital that's going to be invested in R&D. So how do we prioritize these studies? What are our strategies? Well, they're always based on the demands of Brazilian society. The We want to have, for instance, SAF in as of 2027 in Brazil. If we decide that, of course, we monitor the international demands, and right now we're involved in 8 business projects to release SAF. So we usually prioritize response to market, accessing the low-hanging fruits, and moving towards the more difficult issues. The same rationale that we used in oil and gas. You need to go further and deeper. Like we said before, our biomass wealth, if you take oils and fats, you can hydrogenate them and produce SAF, and that's done easily through processing. So the first thing is to address how to master the processing of oils and fats using the existing assets, which will allow us to get there faster and more cheaply. So in December 2025, Petrobras announced as SAF obtained by co-processing. We produced the first batch at Reduc, and we started selling the first product almost a year before the regulation went into force. And if there is a market demand now, we're ready to start producing it. So it's this perspective of readiness that we always adopt. So we also launched a bunker with a 24% of renewable content. We started offering it in Singapore. Maybe the demand for oil and fats is huge. Brazil produces 12 billion liters of soy oil, and the global market for that is 300 million liters. So what's the next layer of raw materials available? Sugars. Okay, so we've started addressing the second layer of availability. And well, the biggest challenge there is cost. There's dehydration, oligomerization, hydrogenation. That's the second layer. And what about the third one? Once the sugars are over, that's a long story. The oligocellulose biomass, which one's most readily available? So we address it the same way. We take, for instance, the vegetable coal production process. Brazil is one of the biggest producers, and with eucalyptus, you can also use the solids for the steel production. And if you use catalytics, you can also use other types of celluloses. We started leading the global research in this regard for this type of application, and so on and so forth. And after that, what's left? CO2 conversion, hydrogen, and it's always one type of criterion to be based on the market demands and things that are often not obvious. It's a demand of society, the electrification of light vehicles.
That is more complex, and we have to address, to prioritize, and perhaps today the greatest challenge is human capital. Requalify 1,000 people in terms of research and work in the center with doctorate, postdoctorate. Then we see this bottleneck of human capital. The answer to this is we need more development coming outside Petrobras. So we have programs of open innovation where we public our bids and we receive proposals from the whole country so that we can develop together with them the solution. So the 1,000 researchers today mobilize 10,000 researchers in other projects carried out of the centers with new tools using a venture capital. And there is not only one sole solution, but a range of conditions that we are working so that we can be ready for the future. Excellent. A question for the three of you now. During these journey where May went to Brazil. Part of this journey was created by May itself, and then Rafael. One thing that we saw was the need of understanding the use of instruments of public policies, something of what André mentioned, Petrobras was doing, and using sectorial sources of the oil and gas industry. So two questions in one. How are you using these instruments, our Embrapi, the BNDES, as the sectorial funds? Which is SEMPS as a classical example. How are we using it with open innovation? How do you work with your startups? What elements in the public policies? Because after 12 years of struggle, right, of looking several fronts, the instruments of financing of innovation are there. How are your companies using this? Do you have any anecdotes about that? Any examples that you can share with the audience that can encourage a company that is far from these instruments, but then can be interested in using them, either for open innovation, startups, centers of research with Embrapi, the most efficient models in the world, or with their own resources? Let's start with Gustavo. Well, that's a great question. I remember clearly when I did my doctor's degree some decades ago in the university, how much the academia was closed so that the industry could come and use their centers of research. The theses were on the shelves. We used them very little, but today it changed a lot, and it's very good that the industry has this awareness, that the independent researchers do, academia does, so that we can work in collaboration. So talking a little bit about Boticário, only on R&D, we are almost 400 people taking care of the brands, taking care of 4,000 stores, only thinking on Boticário, thinking on the thousands of representatives on direct sales. And also we have the possibility of innovating a lot. It is complex, but we have access to many, many data, facilitating the innovation process. In R&D, that is in the metropolitan region of Curitiba, 10,000 square meters only for research and innovation, but we have an exclusive area of open innovation, exactly capturing what André mentioned. We cannot do, no matter how big we are as an industry, no matter how much investment we can do in terms of the percentage of the net revenue for R&D, that's not low in Boticário, is a big incentive. We cannot do it alone. And when we analyze the horizons of innovation, usually H2, H3 is not more about time, but the availability of technology, etc. We count very much on this collaboration. And of course, it goes through our own financing when we do research with the academia, but also with the capturing of fostering process. We have very tangible examples. And when I mention we have just to develop an asset, imagine it's very different from what Andrea does. Everything is in very small quantities with high added values, almost as isolating the molecule chemically. And after a lot of analysis, we see the benefit that it brings. And after years of research, a lot of partnership with Embrapa, we developed an asset that is patented, it's exclusive. When I talk about asset, it's the one that works for skin and hair with a pest from the Cerrado. And this pest in the sense of looking to those lakes, and they are full of those algae, and we managed to do an extremely clean process to come to an exclusive agent. with a very big partnership with Embrapa that has a whole technological arsenal, but not the knowledge that we have about our product. So it's an example of a partnership like others, and we have, and it's worth talking about that. We developed, and with artificial intelligence, so with data and collaboration, a tool that we baptized as Yara, which is a tool that in a primitive way with structured data and a lot of artificial intelligence and 50 years of story because we celebrate 50 years next year. So it's a history of many formulations, many tests, many things that went right, others wrong. So we can, before developing the product, now in a predictive way, understand the environmental impact that that product will bring is formulated that way. Like this, we can protect the environment some way. And not ever what is going to the drain will contaminate our rivers and oceans or kill the fish that will go there eating the microplastics that we did in the beauty industry with body exfoliants, for instance. So we have a lot of will to do open innovations, reaching innovations like this. Just a few examples. Yes, Andrea, the same question. You mentioned more or less about your partnerships, the use of Embrapi, of Finepi, but something very practical that's useful to know. From the beginning of the research until the monetization of a product, as Gustavo mentioned, how long does it take? Usually years, right? Well, it varies a lot this period depending of what is being launched. I can tell you a little bit how we do. First, about the resources. Originally, we did research using the company's own resources until the big discoveries of a pre-salt arrived, then the funds of ENP arrived, and then we had our electrical park, and then we started accessing the ANEL of funds. It's proportional to the thermal hydroelectric plants and gas. And now we are learning how to harmonize these funds. And now NEP and others understand the restrictions of each of them. If we are using a fund of A and B, I cannot have a collaboration with a foreign company or a laboratory. MBRAP allows that. So we have to understand the best for each and every one, dialoguing a lot to see if we can make a call. They can access more than one fund simultaneously so that we don't have to break the project in different stages. We are working with this, and in a short time, we will be able to overcome some silos of financing that will give us more momentum, be faster, and be able to address more complex problems. And how do we do in terms of time of development? Depends on complexity. There are researchers that need decades, others are faster because of the urgency of launching a SAF before the end of the mandate. And then we place more resources. There is a regulation. So we work very much on scale or technology readiness or commercial readiness. That is the readiness in terms of commercial aspects. So I have a regulatory framework. I have producers. If I work, I can have a company to supply. Can I buy vegetable oil? So we work trying to see the advance of the technological maturity together with the commercial maturity. If I run very much with one and I don't have the other, I'll remain with the product on the shelf. If I have a highly tradable product without technology, I will go to the market. I offer to Petrobras, the society, the business, with a technology developed abroad because it's the best to be done. But if I can bring technology together with the trading capabilities and take it to the market, not all the cases, but many products working with technologies that we license and those that we were much ahead in the market. For instance, the machine of making gasoline for humanity are the cracking machines. And we took 50 years of Palco to be able to meet half of the demand of energy of the cars using ethanol, but the other half is still gasoline. And we use the catalytic cracking machine. So it's possible to use a reactor with 100% of renewable. We saw this in the refinery with a pilot. We produced then propene, biodiesel, and gas made of biomass, all the range of aromatics, benzene, toluene, xylene, with heavy fractions. But we advanced with the technology of the market, which is not ready to absorb this technology. There is no appeal to have a gasoline with renewable contents like ethanol. So we have all these events, some where the technological maturity is on the right moment, and others where we still need to find the better moment. And here, in terms of period of time that lasts, what Rafael mentioned, it is very difficult to make innovation with a very high interest rate. And here, a short interest rate is also a problem of the Brazilian. Innovation is a long-term game, right? It looks like a marathon, and it needs a team, it is a network, and it's the structure, especially business to business, when your business involves an engine, and it takes years. So the long-term interest is as important as the low interest rate. So tell us about your strategy. How do you use it so that it can all work? Let's start there, André. Many years ago, you remember in the allocation of capital in your budgeting discipline, you will be always restricted by these relationships. So where would it be easier to have innovation? Basic rate of interest in South Korea, 2%. Here in Brazil, 14.75%. Banking spread in South Korea, 1.2% per year. Brazilian banking spread, 27.4. So of course, this comes as a barrier in terms of competitive edge. I am not defending a crusade against the capital market would be an economic ignorance. And what I advocate is that we have a dependent central bank, depending on the national strategic interest, because an independent central bank is the capture for the financial market. And of course, this deposes against the Brazilian interest because it is clear that we have a defunctionality in the banking intermediation here in Brazil. And this punishes families, all of us, and also the productive sector. So when we talk, uh, because the market is arbitrating this, Monica Waldvogel of Median, the financial market is 7% of the GDP. I'm interested in 93% of the GDP, and this is what strategically will make Brazil grow. Either we discuss this or it will be very difficult to move forward. So this is the first point of general view. The second that is linked to your general question, quite nice, by the way. Talking on the journey, we need evidence. We need to know how to float with the instrument. Sometimes the bureaucratic boxes, they maintain structures that lost their functionality, their reason of being. So to be able to restructure is very important. And this is a labor duty. So we have in Tupi Tech, in Tupi API, that is conducted very well André Ferraresi and Retiro Denzo, we do miracles with this climate of capital. And we are even here in the award of the Congress of Innovation. We are very proud of that. And the guys there, they are fantastic. So all this agenda of products like battery recycling, which is very nice, the automation program, because we have to follow the Chinese automation. But let's think about it, it's very difficult considering the reality of the support of the Chinese government, the 5 year plans that they have. We just have to read, we study this to understand. So we need to find something like an agenda that is similar. We see a good externality, André. We have a good engineering. When you know this, Brazil has a good engineering basis. We have a good basis of science and capacity of innovation. We have essential organizations like the BNDES that knows how to work on 34 years ahead. Only BNDES knows, and there are people that believe that BNDES is irrelevant or unnecessary. We have FINEP, we have Embrapi. I had the honor of participate with many people on this foundation. We have a sophisticated business community and 80% of the capital market in Latin America. This is not trifle. We need a regulation subordinate to the Brazilian strategic interest. We need to have a central bank that is not a central bank captured by the financial market, but captured by the national interest. And this is a truly independence of the central bank. And this is an essential agenda to the country. And here you tackled on an important point, the major leverage of development. You can move a lot with infrastructure, but it will take decades. We can put the macroeconomy in order, but it won't be easy. It will take years. We can improve the human capital, and you need 5 Brazilians to have the productivity of 1 American worker, and this will take some time because this is generational, this is cultural, and innovation is a faster, more flexible path. And if we look on this discourse, there's a lot being placed, but the priority is in the allocation of the budget. We need to do much more. We need to do more either in the public budget and also in the business strategies. We have to understand that the revolution made by China in 1979, and with this I close, when Deng Xiaoping visited the United States, China's GDP compared to the American was 1%. And now it's around 80%. And if we get the parity of the purchasing power of the currency, China is the greatest economy in the world since 2017. And out of the 20 more sensible technologies, China is a leader in 9 in the United States and 7. Only the ranking China, United States, and the other ones are on technical tie. And they did it in less than 50 years. So we can have more ambition, and innovation has to be in the first level. But we have to put together the macroeconomical balance adjusted to the technological industrial policy and foreign trade. This is the agenda of the future, and the main economies have built this. This is a discussion that dominates the discussion of development in the world now. And as a paradox, it does not dominate the Brazilian debate. Congratulations.
Well, we're right at the end of our session. I've been using AI for note taking, and I asked it to summarize my notes. And from the end to the beginning, it highlighted a few important things. The first one is that it's learning from your works, from your words. It says that innovation is one of the best investments a company can make, and also one of the best investments that a society can make. It's an investment, not an expense, and it generates huge returns. That's something that was highlighted by Rafael. Secondly, consumers who dictate everything that we do, even Petrobras and also 2P, they are requiring green, clean, right, equal, legitimate, and the wealth of Brazil is unrivaled in this area. If we do R&D using all of our wealth, including the social wealth, that's a great way to make money and certainly will produce results, great results. And lastly, Petrobras, in addition to being the biggest company of Brazil and one of the biggest in the world, it creates its technologies by looking at the needs of Brazil. Maybe this is one of the biggest success cases, and therefore, in terms of public policy, we should base our research and investments on missions. Missions make us grow, according to Andre from Petrobras. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for going over by 3 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to thank the panelists and thank Andre for being the mediator of this panel. And now, after the official photo, we'll start today's last panel, which will discuss an important subject that was mentioned in one of the previous panels, being one of our bets for the future. So we'll close the day's program with a strategic theme for the energy transition. Advanced biofuels, green hydrogen, and new technological routes gain centrality in industrial competitiveness and the global climate agenda. What is Brazil's role in this new market? For this discussion, we would like to invite to the stage the founder and president of Granbio, Bernardo Gradin. The Director of Engineering at Bosch, Fernando de Oliveira Jr. And I want to invite back to the stage as a mediator the Manager of Research, Development, and Innovation in Sustainable Products at Petrobras, Andre Mello. Hello, everybody. I'm back now as a moderator, and we'll talk about sustainable fuels, a future perspective for biofuels. And this is a great panel. Gradin is a successful entrepreneur in fuel supply, and also Bosch, represented by Fernando, who who works in the development of engines. We're a country that's full of wealth in several raw materials: cellulose, biomass, sugars, oils, and fats, fully able to produce hydrogen from renewable sources. And we have big challenges from the perspective of catering to the demands of the local market and the opportunity to take Brazilian products to the international market and maybe make Brazil a huge exporter of technologies and products. Given this context, I'd like to hear from you about the challenges involved in doing that, given that Brazil has been leading for 50 years now the technology of using ethanol in motors, as well as the US. We launched the flex engine cars. And we often see that exporting a technology with a fully Brazilian DNA is not always as simple, as well as convincing markets about the feasibility of our solutions. So I'd like to start with Bernardo, who's also offering these products. So, in your perspective, what's our biggest challenge preventing us from being successful in bringing these technologies to the market and gaining global scale in these things that we do so well? Thanks, Andre. Good evening, Fernando, and everybody. Thanks for the patience and thanks for the endurance. I want to answer your question, and I'll just give you a quick perspective about where I come from, my bias and my prejudices. I speak as a Brazilian entrepreneur. Gran Bio was created at a cafe at the University of Campinas. I was talking to Professor Gonzalo, who'd been part of my team for some time, about how to convert cheap Brazilian biomass into an exportable, low carbon product in minutes that Europe and the United States were promising to fulfill. 3 years after that, we set up the first cellulose ethanol in Brazil, plant in Brazil. This is showing the sugar cane harvest. We produced the first batch in 2016. We exported the first cellulose ethanol to the United States, and oil prices dropped to $45, and what used to be a mandate and a promise of a sustainable premium became a price that was lower than the cost of producing it. In the United States, we have an R&D initiative. Our R&D area, our patent area is in the United States. We have 440 patents. We are also the first company to produce certified cellulose ethanol in the United States back in 2016 in a pilot plant. This is a photo that shows the recognition of the U.S. government of the initiatives that we had. We received a grant of $100 million to produce the first SAF plant based on timber residue in the United States. It was the fourth funds that we received from the U.S., totaling almost $460 million in the period of 10 years. So I speak from the perspective of a company that's been developing a technology in the sector for 15 years and experienced many more lessons than profits to give scale to advanced fuels, not only in Brazil but to the world. And the scenario that led us to become entrepreneurs in this industry was one of many promises and clear mandates from Europe, the United States, and even Brazil, that it was not only a response to climate change, but also a response in terms of energy security. But what we learned over time was that more than mandates or the promises of mandates for advanced fuels, energy security will always be a top priority. China keeps on producing coal plants. We're going to the equatorial margin. Hormuz shows the volatility of oil in the Gulf. So it's the first agenda that could be beneficial around renewables is that of energy security, and oil and gas still has a much more significant offer supply. So to answer your question, the first challenges to Brazil are internal. We have domestic barriers. The Brazil cost is high from a bureaucratic, but not only that, but also a fiscal perspective. The integration of production chain so that the security of carbon tracking is effective and measurable. Those are much bigger than they seem. We still have an inefficient logistic infrastructure. Brazil is competitive, but it's inefficient in the transition and transportation of the molecule. The production chain is disintegrated. When Europeans build their entry barriers requiring a high level compliance certification, and you buy raw materials from a plant or industries that do not have that type of certification, you are not qualified to go into Europe. We have also a high regulatory instability. If you're not complying with the law, you're able to get an injunction and you're competing against those that comply with the law. So it's not enough to have good carbon certification projects. We need to have an enforcement process that allows us to do that. Also, we have very little access to a long-term competitive capital, and a large portion of our corporate farm is high. There are regulatory barriers for advanced fuels and certifications to allow us to export to Europe are very bureaucratic. And the legal framework in the United States favor the integration of domestic chains. So it's hard to sell raw materials to produce SAF in the United States, for instance. And now we have to focus on producing certified molecules with multi-jurisdictional recognition. Brazil is competitive but not eligible. We are able to produce a cheap molecule, but it can't be certified in Europe. Let me give you an example. Our cellulose ethanol plant in Alagoas was converted for molasses ethanol. As I explained, the price to produce cellulose ethanol is higher than that of producing molasses ethanol and other types of ethanol. And we sought a certification with a process technology so that for this ethanol, even though it was buying molasses from plants, so that it could have a neutral carbon footprint. And the first company that certified this molasses ethanol produced an almost neutral footprint to be exported to the Europe and the United States, but it's not advanced because according to Europe, they do not qualify the sugar molasses as eligible to be advanced. They consider it as a byproduct. And the root of this decision is that a small industry, and I'm talking about 0.3% of the global production of molasses in Europe, they sell molasses as food, and they were able to impose in an alliance with European farmers a natural barrier preventing the competitive Brazilian molasses that would go to Europe in compliance with the climate agenda, preventing it from competing with European molasses. And we do not have a state organization or a government business organization that allows us to open up markets apart from the traditional ones. So without a domestic premium in Brazil, and with all due respect, Andre, when Petrobras decides to supply SAF and it has a market, the Brazilian market for SAF is already taken, firstly because it's a small market. Basically, it's a 6 million liters or 7 million liters market, and we wouldn't be able to compete against the prices without a mandate that's much clearer than the current one. But of course, we do have opportunities. I said that we do not have a certification agenda or an agenda to make our cost eligible, but we are an agricultural powerhouse. We are the biggest producers of biomass, and we can promote the integration of production chains, not only in the sugarcane industry, but the agricultural chain as a whole, especially the timber production. We have a domestic market that's already used to agricultural industrial integration. Again, our biomass is efficient and cheap. We have the lowest marginal cost of producing raw materials for advanced fuels. And first, we have to sell our capacity to certify the molecule. And for that, we need to change our narrative around selling it as a government, as Brazilians, convincing people that we're able to measure how this molecule is born and how it arrives in the market, whether it is Europe or the United States, so that certification is not a barrier preventing us from going into these markets. And there are several ways to make the industry more competitive, and one of them is the correct interpretation of data through AI. By better analyzing publicly available data, we can guarantee the compliance that I'm referring to. Something we don't have yet is an integrated vision across businesses. We do not have a model that's able to integrate fiscal incentives or the incentive of non-obvious production chains, such as timber and fuels or biochemicals, and that could be done through public or a more specific regulation. As I said, we also need to seek a role as a country that allows us to be in line with certifications that are required by multiple countries. And lastly, in our having another opportunity to talk about something beyond climate. We're going through unstable times. The agenda of sovereignty, especially energy sovereignty, is back to the agenda, and it's back to the agenda very strongly. This is a moment when Brazil, if it gets organized, we can be a supplier globally of renewable fuels as an alternative energy strategy. Thank you, Gradam, for this great response covering several different subjects. And now I'll give the floor to Fernando. I'd like to listen to your perspective and Bosch's perspective about how can this integration across different sectors, as Bernardo said, when launching a new fuel, for instance, we need hardware and equipment. In your perspective, these sustainable fuels will they be a niche market? Will the machinery evolve? Will the prices drop, allowing us to come closer to fossil fuels? Can you share your perspective with us?
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. And I saw a very good introduction of the topic. I am with the PR&D for several years with Bosch. Bernardo brought the vision of renewables, and now talking a little bit about mobility, energetic safety. Everybody knows that when we talk about ethanol, it appeared because of energy safety in the 1970s and went through a phase where Bosch developed flex fuel in the 1990s. Took a few years, and together with government, academia, and the company, we made it happen. And it was introduced in 2003. And in 2015, the biofuel received another push concerning COP21 in Paris. Very few people know that everything started in Rio in 1992. We should be very proud of this. But summarizing these three steps, ethanol was started in Brazil and it remains. Energy safety is an essential topic. yesterday, the Indian government announced another step to introduce E30, 30% of ethanol in petrol. A result of these conflicts that we're having now, many people ask me either technology or B. In Bosch, we believe in all of them. We work with all of them. All the fronts are important so that we can reach our target of carbon neutrality in 2040, 2050. Talking about regionalities. In the US, for instance, they are the largest producer of oil in the world, 13 million barrels a day. And when we put together the user experience, I talked about flex, ethanol with energy safety, and then the experience of the user, flex fill, and now the topic of decarbonization. It's the same in the US. Oil is energy safety, big areas, scattered cities. Collective transportation is not privilege and only in main centers. And so what makes sense is big V8 engines, pickups to make the transportation of trailers and the user experience makes sense there. When we talk about decarbonization, hybrid is very important there. And we see this transformation taking place over there. The opposite we see in China. They are the largest importer of oil in the world, more than 11 billion barrels a day. So it makes all sense for the Chinese government already for more than 20 years working in electrification, development of batteries, electrical motors, and they are still continuing with records and records of imports of oil. But the electrical vehicles, they are increasing also over there, bringing to our reality when we see this innovation, we continue developing as well as Brazil being the barn of the world with exports. Since January last year, Bosch in Latin America is responsible for all the smart agriculture in the Bosch world. So answering your question, we have challenges, but we are leaders when we analyze mobility. Brazil is a leading country. India, following these trends that we started in the past with E30, we discussed already flex fuel with our Indian colleagues. The car assembly plants, they are moving in this direction over there. And also Mexico, we had a Mexican delegation that went to talk with Professor Gonzalo Unicampi to take some advice and see some tips, knowing how we reached the situation that we are now. We are leaders. We have a lot of empowerment so that we can dictate the directions. There is a different ecosystem, though, in Europe, and we have to understand these specificities so that we can see the best technology for each market. They are all important, and we are present. We all are clients and partners to make things happen. And you ask a second thing? No. In general lines was only this macro vision about these aspects. And your opinion about this challenge that we are now placing technologies that we develop here in Brazil to other markets. You mentioned about the Indian market, but there are several others, right? I can also give another example, something we have been working with our partners for a while. For instance, diesel ethanol. It is a technology, it's almost circular for ships. It was forgotten for a while, and 20 years ago, we resumed the use of this knowledge, and by 2008, 2009, we started with it, and exactly, it has become a good technology for the decrease of CO2, for locomotives, for big machines, because we talk about energy transition. And it's not a mistake, perhaps, of the European Union believe that it will happen in 5-10 years. We cannot get rid of energy, the way we generate it, how we transform it. And in mobility, it is the same thing. So diesel, ethanol brings flexibility. For instance, mining trucks, they can consume 1 million liters of diesel per year. So it's very difficult overnight to replace diesel by other fuel. But when we talk about Brazil, we had major producers of ethanol, the second largest in the world, and we can contribute. So Bosch comes with technologies, and our partners in renewable fuels help us to make this happen. And there is also longevity of these machines, of the trunks, of locomotives. Some will last for 40 years. So when we talk about carbon neutrality and renewal fleet, these are topics. Some systems do not allow this renewal fleet happen, not overnight. Right? We cannot change 500 mining trucks. But technology contributes helping in this decarbonization, bringing biofuel together with fossil, but also there is a biodiesel that somehow contributes so that we can reduce and make an energy transition. And now, like some legislators in Europe expect it to happen in 5 years or 10 years. And this is one of the big examples that Brazil gives to the world, and that is how we can contribute more. We need a transition and not an overnight change. I also would like to explore a little bit more another point. Brazil has internal needs. So we are exporters of diesel. Talking about synthetic fuel, this is what Europe wants. And with the green fuel, we can do fertilizers. We talk about an ethanol to ships, but all the biodiesel demands methanol. We don't produce methanol in Brazil. So this dilemma of doing a product to meet the diesel cycle and reduce our imports, or do a SAF and look for international market. It is big, but not as big to meet all the potential of production that we have, and we could be a net exporter of SAF. What is your vision of working with these technologies and productive capacity to meet the needs of the domestic market, or analyze export market niches that can pay bigger premiums and facing the barriers, as Bernardo mentioned, sometimes to place our products there? What is your opinion? To use decarbonization here in Brazil or access these premium products? Well, I am more pragmatic. Those who pay the best price. We don't have price in Brazil. We don't have Brazil mandate. Very little that we have mandate, CBO, etc. We have an unloyal competition, and those who don't meet, they come with an injunction and they survive. And we have a reference that can impact on price corresponding to a higher cost. So at least in the coming years, the objective of producing advanced fuels should remain in the international market. That's why I insist we are competitive, but not eligible. In our role, we have already gone through this phase of development of technology in terms of industrial scale, but now we need a commercial technology, how to bring the necessary certification so that our product is sold in big markets. We have SAF, United States, Europe, and Japan, because the competition is unfair, and especially how innovation is fostered in other countries. For instance, in the United States, it is integrated from the cultural relation of the diversity of the company until the vision of the productive chain as a whole. We didn't have a subvention of SAF, not only for technological development. We had a pilot plant running 7 years nonstop with enforcement and follow-up of the Department of Energy to reach a commercial production. But we had the promise that we would integrate another company, which is a pulp and paper company decadent in the United States. In the past 20 years, 150 pulp and paper plants were closed in the United States, and this is a problem seen as a policy of state, the government as a whole, and each of the cities. So when we offer an alternative of converting pulp and paper plants that are closing into a refinery of a product that can compete with a fossil and has a mandate that provides a response, you're not just getting only one part of the requirement of how to develop technology, but of integration of social, economic, and productive chain with innovation in the case of the synthetic SAF and the component of energy safety that needs to be included. Well, still we don't have enough maturity in Brazil, neither for price making and not for a market to pay more for this, nor even the necessary governance for certification. And just adding, I do believe that some segments that they can find advantages because of the logistics, not only the barrier of certification, but transportation. We talk about hydrogen. We have a healthy competition in each segment. The production will increase either for a local industry like steel, but also with the price of carbon. And this is a trend. When we analyze Brazil, when we do the Tech Compass research to evaluate how society understands technology and innovation, what comes first is the circular economy, feedstock, natural resources, and there is a regulation of carbon in the world, but also energy safety. So each region is concerned with this. And if it is a very neutral discussion, this can impact on the energy safety of a region, and this can become a barrier. When we talk about green hydrogen, Brazil, Chile, has a good position, but transport, because of the carbon footprint, hydrogen can become in its deliverance with diesel ships. And green hydrogen is a neutral molecule. We need some more empowerment to the world, those regions that need to import renewable energy, like Europe. They don't want to create a dependency, but we have this challenge. And talking about lifespan, when we talk about mobility, we are much ahead compared to other regions. In the program Mover, we have a long-term horizon, and we will find a targets of lifespan to vehicle engines. And this is the proper way to analyze carbon neutrality. Other countries are looking at us and saying that Brazil is ahead in this point. But this is a trend that will help turn this wheel when we have this increase and are able to export and be present in the world as an element that is very important to circular economy. And of course, we have good part of the inputs to produce advanced fuels and develop a hydrogen economy and the markets with the availability of paying greater premiums are not here in Brazil. So the most efficient logistic would be not to do logistic if we had a certification system with high traceability. We are talking about doing synthetic methanol for ships. The plant in the Midwest, for instance, would impact this. We should produce locally and send only the environmental attribute for those who pay more. And this would be a dream. And like this, I remove my hat of a moderator and return as a researcher. We are studying blockchain technology, the use of environmental attributes to rationalize the logistics and decarbonization, where it's going to happen globally. And then you go with identical molecules and you generate an inefficiency of cost of emission. Perhaps we can consume the molecule which is closer and makes the certificates so that we can do this in a more intelligent way. But this is something that is yet in the beginning of this journey. But so, folks, the discussion until now has been very rich. And now, Fernando, we are talking about hydrogen, and it goes through different time periods. We have peaks in the past, and then we have a slope, and a trough, and then we had conflicts. People have problems. What is your opinion as for the use of hydrogen for mobility and for the production of synthetic fuels, and also for the use of mobility, if compared to biofuels and electrification? Well, I see all the technologies and renewables as essential. And hydrogen, we had some little problems. Now we have energy safety, as it was mentioned, and we see the importance of decentralized energy through the fuel rooms and being even more important than the production of hydrogen itself. This will come back to the table because hydrogen is a global molecule. We bringing like this independence of country A and B because hydrogen can be produced anywhere. But the journey ahead is still long. What we analyze in Bosch shows that thinking on mobility, we believe that less than 10% of the fuels used all the world putting together synthetic hydrogen, ethanol will be around 8%. So it's very little for a fleet of more than 1.5 billion vehicles and machines circulating. But this energy transition must happen, just like we did with ethanol. And one of the essential points when we look at the government policies, we need this graduation. So what do I see in the future? Synthetics with a smaller percentage, different from what is being discussed in the European Union of 100% of synthetic. It's very difficult that to happen, in my opinion, but transition makes sense. So perhaps we see an R5 with an R15 synthetic plus an HBO20, and in 5, 10, 20 years, we will start seeing all these alternatives so that we can reach this structure. In terms of hydrogen to mobility, it's a big challenge. China is in the forefront, and there is also experience of the user and energy safety to be taken into consideration. But we have more than 45,000 stations with ethanol available together with biodiesel and diesel. And in hydrogen, it's not possible to forecast to see when the world will have 45,000 stations of hydrogen. It's another journey, and we will have to see how it will take place. But for small vehicles, even in the United States, the technology exists, but it's a matter of decision of the price of hydrogen, of logistic, of safety, is something that the world needs to develop a lot in the next year.
So going back to hydrogen and biomethane, I want to ask a question to Bernardo. Biomethane is a molecule whose applications are somewhat similar to hydrogen. You can use it to produce heat and also for heavy vehicles in different forms. You can generate bioliquid natural gas and use it in a vessel. In Brazil, biodiesel was launched successfully. It's also launching SAF, but the Fuel of the Future law talks about biomethane as well, and challenges us to increase the supply of biomethane in the grid. And the energy security of Brazil was widely talked about by you. And biomethane can be used to produce SAF from a residue, just like with an electrohydrolyzer, and produce uh, green hydrogen, low carbon emission hydrogen using the highly renewable Brazilian grid. If you treat a gas grid the same way, you could have several producers of biomethane injecting biomethane in the grid and have a Sherthrops or a SAF plant using the residual biomass. So, what's your perspective, Bernardo? You talked about fermenting molasses, and it's one of the raw materials that can be used to produce biomethane. How do you see the arrival of biomethane as a new energy asset in Brazil and the possibility of producing biosaf and the possibility of using this biomethane as a vector for energy security? Well, I would say that we have a golden opportunity in our hands because it cannot compete against corn ethanol corn ethanol and the demand for DDG with an animal protein will put pressure on the production of sugarcane ethanol in an unprecedented way. I'm running a risk here because I'm no specialist in the subject, but I usually read about the subject, and now we are looking at an all-time low cycle, and there's an offer of structural corn ethanol. On average, corn ethanol is produced at 60% of the cost of sugarcane ethanol. So the alcohol industry will either look for an alternative or it will probably lose competitiveness with the arrival of corn ethanol, which is good because it's one of the cases where innovation or the arrival of a more competitive industry, Darwinism needs to survive and needs to prevail. But back to your question, if we have again a guaranteed supply and the long term for projects to be funded with legal security and the conversion of Vinyasa into biomethane, well, that's an extraordinary opportunity because Vinyasa, after it's digested, it can also be used as a high potassium fertilizer. If we change our agricultural practices, instead of spreading Vinyasa through irrigation, if we process the potassium with a more calculated uh, distribution of this byproduct as a fertilizer, if that's the case, you can transform that into a great byproduct for the industry. So not only is innovation necessary, but also the demand and price is necessary. Producing biomethane is very easy, but in Brazil, what's hard is to transport it. So, as I said before, you can produce biomethane at the plant. The plant will have challenges to produce it all year, all through the year, it's because they don't produce it during the entire year. Um, you need to have long-term contracts for 12 months, so you have to produce it year round. And there's also the difficulty where to find an outlet for this produced biomethane. And according to the Brazilian model, if you transport via what's regulated by the ANT, one third of your prices will correspond to the cost of transportation. We have several steps to take. And in my understanding, we're going to pay premium for biomethane until we're efficient in this market. It's a biofuels challenge. I think that as long as we don't have blockchain chain and we don't have compliance or governance security so that our buyers abroad can be sure that Brazil is able to responsibly measure carbon from beginning to the end of the chain. We also face uh, unfair competition because the oil and gas industry has a free ride. They're not taxed for producing. They produce, they pollute, and they're not penalized for what they produce. And the government started saying that, well, if you produce without polluting, I'll give you a premium, but that's not going to be so high. So if it's not really high, a new industry cannot compete against a well-established free riding industry. So this challenge of creating a new production chain and a new market is twofold, and it's difficult for countries because taxing oil and gas again in energy security is inflationary. So what's the least inflationary policy that Europe is promising? Okay, let's charge a high price for SAF. It will be a mandatory premium. If you don't have SAF, you're going to pay a penalty for polluting. Or should we tax oil and subsidize the new industry with the new oil tax? That's our dilemma. Well, adding to that, one important aspect is that Brazil has a huge potential in terms of biomethane. It's believed that in the next 10 years, Brazil and India will be among the top five global producers of biomethane, with all of the hubs being created. And talking about technology, as opposed to hydrogen, where mobility is a coadjuvant, um, that's not the case for biomethane. Mobility is a protagonist. Biomethane is a huge player to make this bridge with hydrogen in the future. The technology exists. We are working with our partners. 80% of components are very similar or identical to the components already used for uh, diesel trucks or gas-powered vehicles. So it's very promising, and we see that huge growth potential in Brazil for the next few years. Thank you. Thank you for your responses. Well, going back to what Kradim said, you talked about the ethanol supply and how much pressure that's putting on cane producers. So we are now experiencing a surplus of an asset that's valuable for the global energy production. Energy is extremely flexible in that it can be used in a lightweight vehicle, a flex engine vehicle, mixed with gasoline. It can be used in airplanes through an alcohol jet technology demanding a high volume of ethanol. And it requires high amounts of ethanol to produce ethylene. And you talked about dual engines, diesel ethanol or bunker ethanol. So there's two decarbonization markets, and it's important to keep in mind that in Brazil, there'll be a markets that will require that will be volume based and also decarbonization based, and they'll coexist. So apparently, there's too many options. It should be a molecule that's highly demanded, and we are now experiencing an over supply scenario, but that can be easily reverted to an undersupplied scenario. I just wanted to use the last minutes to talk about your vision for the future. In this case, the use of ethanol for several applications. When we have surplus, that's emblematic. We can use it in Brazil. We can export it, even though we need some technologies. For instance, you see several engine manufacturers manufacturing bunker methanol and not necessarily bunker methanol ethanol engines. And of course, that can be different according to each country. So, to wrap up, maybe you could talk about your vision for the future, about where we'll be moving to in the next decades, and how emblematic this case is, an extremely flexible molecule. And we are now having a surplus of it. Well, your interpretation is correct, Andre. A few years ago, we were having discussions with our partners about dual fuel diesel hydrogen and diesel methanol, also for maritime development. And now we are seeing it happen. And these discussions about requirements and architectures for diesel ethanol for vessels as well. So, as you said, it's a very flexible molecule. And for mobility, it will continue to gain momentum in the world along with electrification. But ethanol is still something fundamental, not only for Brazil, but like I said, India, Mexico, Argentina, they're also moving in this direction. So in the future, we're going to see more biofuels, and I see increasingly more cycles where we see discussions about first generation ethanol. There's the barrier that was discussed by Bernardo, talking about second generation, but now we're talking about expansion for first generation ethanol, reaching 30 in the future. But these mixtures of renewables, because we need this vectorization to occur. And I think that a very important thing is this predictability of having an incremental increase of fuels that's essential for the world. And this puts pressure on the academia with new studies about molecules and also the producers that are required to produce the required amounts for the future. And we hope this transition will be a change because it's something that's so important for the world. It's a long-term transition. It's fundamental. And what I see for the future, and I still don't see happening in Brazil, even though we have many programs such as Renova Bio or Move Brazil, a program that helps in the renovation of fleets, which is extremely important when it comes to not only decarbonization but also local pollutants. It's the user experience. And to give you an example of the No Car Day in São Paulo for hybrid and electric cars, it worked for a long time. Maybe now it's becoming saturated, but it's a simple tool that sped up the electrification in São Paulo. And I think that would be necessary for biofuels. We already have the technology, a solution that we call it CO2 tracking, where we can easily track mobility for cargo vehicles or passenger vehicles. We can understand the carbon footprint according to the option, if they're running on gasoline or ethanol or a diesel powered vehicle, to understand the carbon footprint of the fleet. So we do have the technology, and I believe that this support given by the government and the municipalities and states would be very beneficial for ethanol and renewables, because this surplus of ethanol should be happening, um, even though we have a flex engine that accounts for 48%, for 80% of the circulating fleet. Approximately 30% of them use it. Even though we are proud of flex fuel, we don't use it the way we should. Of course, there is price differences and different distances from the producing centers, but this incentive could also help the industry, the academia, the government move towards a carbon neutral scenario to make things happen. Thank you, Fernando. Bernardo? Well, I'm optimistic, and I think that there'll be demand. The biggest demand for global ethanol is SAF. And even though in chemical engineering it may not be the best idea, but it's what's abundant uh, to cater to the demands of the world. I think it's the only global mandate by the UN, and we still have to understand how these penalties will translate into volume and time. thinking about the pressure for sovereignty, for resistance, whether it is related to green protectionism or due to a political decision to react to climate change and make it aligned with energy security and an outlet for synthetic fuels. I'm sure the demand will exist. A few markets may undergo a turmoil for some time, but I believe that as a suggestion, we need to be able to balance out a more strategic agenda as a country, whether it is to integrate the production chain or to sell Brazilian products, guaranteeing that we comply with the certification and that we are compliant with the mandates outside of Brazil, because maybe we don't have enough demand for SAF locally. Thank you. Differently from Andre, that summarized his panel with AI. I will use my own perceptions. I think it was a very rich discussion with all of the different sources of biomass and renewable hydrogen. Brazil has it, you name it, to produce traditional and advanced fuels. Priority markets are the best payers, especially for advanced ones, niche or exporting markets. And if the conditions allow the domestic markets, one challenge is that regulations are often focused on each country, so there are barriers and protectionism in certain markets, which is sometimes hard to overcome. And in spite of our vocation, we still have some homework to do and logistics to improve, taxation, interest rates that need to be improved before we can become a global leader in terms of renewables. There's no silver bullet. There's multiple solutions. For vehicles, we have ethanol, biodiesel, electrification, hydrogen, biomethane, fuel powered cells, several technologies that will be coexisting and competing against each other with no clear winner or a trend, which brings about yet another challenge if you're a player in this scenario. And even though we see peaks and valleys and the progress of the regulatory framework, I would say that Brazil is doing very well from the perspective that it's introduced several biofuels and it's introducing many more. So I believe that we have every possibility of deepening these discussions in the next occasions. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for staying with us. I hope you've enjoyed this session, and see you next time. I'd like to thank Bernardo and Fernando for their contributions, as well as Andre for moderating and for summarizing the panel. We know there's lots of challenges, but at the same time, there are many possibilities. And we have now arrived at the end of the first day of the 11th Congress for the Industry Innovation, a day dedicated to discussing the stance of Brazil and the transition and the role of the industry in the construction of a more competitive and sustainable future. This event has been put together by CNI and by SEBRAE, and it is an initiative undertaken by EMEI as co-creators, the SESI, the National Service for Industrial Learning, SENAI, and Vadology Institute, EIA. with the support of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazil and the diamond sponsorship of Embrapim, the Brazilian company for the research of industrial innovation, FINAP and Petrobras, gold sponsorship of Embraer and Boticário Group, silver sponsorship of Bosch, Rockwell Automation, Siemens, Itaú, Natura, Vale, and the National Development Bank, BNDES, with the institutional support of the OCB system and the National Institute of Industrial Property, INPI. With that, I want to thank the speakers, partners, participants, attendees, and those of you who are watching us online. And a reminder, as of 9 a.m. tomorrow, we're going to start the second day of our Congress with new panels, recommendations, and the National Innovation Award ceremony. I want to remind the attendees to please return your translation headsets on your way out of the auditorium. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.